Alright. Hi. Hi, Awani. Hi. Hi there. Hello. Hi, guys. Just give it a couple of minutes. Thanks. Makeup. Because I felt like poop today. It's funny that, you feel good all week and then you know you're coming up to the live and you're like, oh, I better freshen up for everybody. Because I've been wearing hoodies and beanies and, being au naturel. And it's been, yeah, one of those days too. It's like Spirit is asking me to release a lot of stuff. And, like I've done a lot of healing. And yet there's always something, it's a weird thing that there's always something else just a little bit deeper under that surface. So every time you get to a level of depth and of healing, there's like these little bit more, just a little bit more. And I just had to, really do some deep inner releasing, basically. It's like from the inside out. And a lot of reflection. Are you going now? I'm just going to say goodbye to my granddaughter. Hey, I see you later. You can say hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Hi. All right. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye. Yeah. They came over at tea time. Yeah, good timing. I said, don't forget to bring her in to say goodbye to me because I don't mind. I'll always say goodbye to my granddaughter. Just going through a releasing period. So today was pretty hard because I went and did, if you guys had all seen, today I put out a tarot card reading and that hit really deep in my heart chakra, that was hard for me and I had to step back after that, really just regain myself. Hi, evening. And yeah, that really put me in my feelings and because like when I do those card readings, I do them for everyone, but that also includes myself. And a lot of people have resonated with that particular reading, but that was like a really strong confirmation. And the reason why I started crying wasn't because I was in pain or felt that kind of energy. It was like, how can I describe it? If you ever think about all the love you ever wanted in your life, all of it, from the beginning of when you were born to this present day person that you are now, and think about all the times you longed for love in your life, when you were hurt or when you needed a hug, and then when I connect into spirit like that, it's like they give it all to me. All that love I ever thought I missed in my life, they give it all at once. And it's hard because I've got to take all that in, being the conduit, right? Take it all in and still talk because I still got to process that high level of love that comes in, that really strong unconditional love from the universe. And it's beautiful, and that's why I cried, and it was just so much. And then I had to step back and really, which has been hard because in the last 2 days, I've had a lot of people coming towards me, like really needing my attention and a lot of things being brought to my attention. So it's just that time. The Spirit's bringing, things that you need to tend to and bring them into your attention. So you got to do that. You got to do that work. You got to tend to it so that you have space to do this. So it's been hard to really settle into this new Sagittarius season. And I'm a water sign, so fire signs are always, when we go into the season of fire signs, they're always tough for me because I have a lot of water placement, so it's always that that transition and finding balance again in different energy. Because fire signs, they always move faster. So yeah, it's just readjusting and finding balance again. So if you're going to talk gibberish, you might as well move along, okay? Because there's a lot of people in here that really need healing, and not people saying whatever you're saying there, whoever that is. Hi guys. Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. It's Hawani that's taking the names for readings. I love Jury. We do. We had a, but I definitely want to give you one for sure. So hopefully you can please put her on the list. Yeah, it's hard because, you know, like, to be honest, to have that connection, you have to build that. You have to build that bridge. It's not like made for you. You know, it's sort of like you have to establish the foundation, get the supplies, the resources, and then, but what you don't realize is as you're building the bridge across to the other side, Spirit has built their bridge waiting for you to connect. So whenever you get into a space of completing that bridge and really connecting into Spirit, you know you've done a lot of deep healing, because the portal or the bridge is within. That's the gateway, right? If anyone's sort of knowing where I come from with my philosophies, it's sort of just like you've got to go within. And there was a question, someone asked a question earlier in one of my videos, but I did, because there's a lot of comments coming into my videos, I couldn't remember which one, and it was about how do we know when we've finished healing. Healing is a lifelong process. I think there's always little things you have to get over and have to sort out, and then you might find that this might be a little bit over everybody's head, depends where you're at, that you may have to heal stuff from other lives too, and it's hard enough dealing with the stuff in this life, but the reason why you will have issues from this life is your past lives, if you believe in reincarnation. So there's always something, you know, always that little bit deeper to heal. Yeah, definitely. Even for me, like I said, I still struggle with it sometimes, because it's the little bits that I do release in my healing when I go through different stages, because you have to recognize the pattern too. That's the biggest one, is the pattern. So when you recognize the pattern or cycle in your spiritual path, you'll notice like the way you think, or like some days you'll have, how do I describe it? It's literally like the moon, okay? So if you're in tune with the moon, or understand how the moon works, you have your good days, you have your bad days, or you have your days in the light where you're luminous, and then you have days where that light slowly ebbs off, and then you have dark periods, or healing, what I call growth phases. It's just like the moon. So the moon is bright at a point, and then it'll, you know, it ebbs down into the new moon, which is still full. It's just the light factor. And when we start recognizing the pattern, see, we're coming into the new moon, so a lot of people are going to go through a lot of shadow work, a lot of things are going to come up from below, to be reminded to go into the new cycle. We have to let go of the old. You know, it's a constant shedding of, you know, the old versions of you. And this, if you have to think about how old you are at this point, how many versions were created of you up to this point. So each time you're shedding just a little bit more, just another layer. Yeah. For me, like, my belief is that your natal chart is your soul contract. If you actually really study your natal chart, and you can get them for free, or at least you can get the highlights for free, or you can get someone that actually reads natal charts. What I've done is that I got a free one of Cafe Astrology, and then I researched all the placements at certain degrees and angles, and you find that you learn a lot about yourself. Even like, because this is something that I say a lot, but I always used to say to Spirit, why did you wait till I was so old before you woke me up? And when I read my natal chart, my natal chart actually said I wouldn't really spiritually awaken until I was, later in my years. I would be older, because I'd had to go through a series of things. I had to go through a series of, experiences before I would actually reach the stage where I would be open, which was exactly, pretty much, if you concise my life down into a very small space, that's exactly what happened for me. Yes, we can. That's the mind. The mind changes the script. The mind changes the way we see things. So what you think, like what you think about yourself, what you think about your world, that is what you see. Because it's that, you have to adjust your glasses, your lenses. And for me, somebody said it last night. It's called pronoia. Because, paranoia is when you feel like everyone's out to get you, but pronoia is when you feel the universe is conspiring in your favor. So, a lot of that. So we're coming back to the patterns. We recognize our patterns in our healing path, in our spiritual path. So when we go into those days where you're losing a bit of light, or you're feeling a lot more shadow come in, those are the days to take it slower, to be kinder to yourself, to do a lot more loving self-love things, and have a lot more loving thoughts. Because when you're in a high vibration, when you're in full moon cycle, you're manifesting, you're feeling good, you're feeling powerful. But as we ebb down into that new moon cycle and go new moon, if you think about the moon as our spiritual path, we go through growth phases, and a lot of us will have to recognize when we're going through that growth phase, and to be kind to ourselves, and to slow it down, and to breathe, and do a lot more grounding. Because when I'm not grounded, I have a wicked mouth and a wicked temper. So I've had to learn, through my healing, I've actually had to learn to not taper it or minimize that. I've learned to focus it in another way. So, when you guys see that slower, softer side of me in the videos, that is me in a space of being healed and balance and grounded, because I have to maintain that. Because when I was, pre-healing, I was very self-destructive, which meant in the mind. So I would often say negative things and think negative things, and be paranoid or paranoia. Everyone was out to get me. So in the healing stage, you see less of that. You see less of people trying to get at you, and then realize that you can literally create your own reality by being good to yourself, and then reflecting that out into your world. So it's just learning the ebbs and flows, basically, of the tides of your life. Sometimes it's high tide, and sometimes it's low tide, and sometimes there's swells, and sometimes there's storms. We literally are a reflection of the earth itself, and she goes through cycles. So yeah, when you're finding that you're in a growth period, or in a shadow period, that's the time to just take it easy. What advice would you give to someone who is always worried? Not to worry, but I know that's easier said than done. I was always like that, in a state of fear and anxiety, and then that would lead to depression, and then almost like a mental break, basically. What I used to do, and this is what I've learned to do, is that when I started recognizing, and that's when you choose to heal, recognizing a mind loop. So we get into a state of worry when our mind works, but we're not really thinking. We're thinking back over past experiences and all the times that things have gone wrong. So we apply that to our future, or to the situation that's being presented to us, or the past, put into this present situation, or into the future situation that we're thinking about. And we've literally just created a reality where something bad will happen to us, or something will go wrong. What you have to realize is that you've just made that up. You've just created that out of nothing. And recognize that your mind is built to keep you protected, which is also keeping you small and keeping you under. you know. So you have to realize that to really, really let go of worry, you let go of the mind and you get into your heart. So if you ground into your heart speaks the truth because it's it has its own intelligence. It has heart intelligence. So heart intelligence allows us to be. And you can trust your heart. You can trust yourself, you know, because the thing about healing is that a lot of us don't trust ourselves. And I was always one like that. I didn't trust myself, then I didn't trust anyone else, and then I didn't trust the world. It just goes like that. It goes outwards. It's a ripple effect. So you have to realize that sometimes our mind, and recognizing that our mind is doing that, making us small, keeping us worried, that it gets addicted to that energy. Your mind gets so used to you feeding it that type of energy that whenever you feel like breaking out of that, it creates like hardships. Everything will become a hardship. So every time you try to break the pattern, the mind creates a hardship because it's like an addiction. You know what I mean? So you have to realize that a lot of the times that we get into worry, and you might have legitimate reasons, like I'm not talking about financial worry, I'm just talking about someone that is genuinely anxious and worried about everything in general, about too much. The best thing you can do is to stop using your mind and get into your heart, which is about being still and being quiet and just breathe. You get into worry and anxiety, breathe, and slow, really, really slow. Even put your hand on your heart and just tell yourself that you're safe. No, I'm safe, because that way you connect into your root chakra. That's a big, like, if you think about your chakras being energy centers, as they are, they're very core energy centers that we need. And the way you can stabilize yourself is to actually align your root chakra. And when you get into a heart space, so from what I know, I'm not an expert on chakras, but in my journey, I've learned a little bit about how my chakras were working, and that my root chakra was actually damaged through pain and trauma in my life, and not damaged, but it wasn't turning right. It was unaligned. So a lot of us, we have our chakras are all out of alignment, which we don't even realize. So when we get grounded, when I do my talks about grounding, that's when I learn to just sit and connect to the earth and let her energy work through me, because the biggest, most sentient healer you can access is the earth itself. Okay? This is what she does. This is her power, you know. Without us, she can still live. Even now, and with all this toxicity, the earth still lives. We just don't realize that she can heal everything through time. So there's a lot of different techniques. I'm just blurting them out because it's just, you know, all the energy is starting to amp up. But it's sort of I just get into the state of gratitude. I go barefoot on the grass, and then I just look up. I usually look to the sun, you know, because it's usually either sunrise or sunset. And I just become grateful for all the things that are going right in my life, for even waking up in the morning. You know, like even another person had wrote on one of my videos about just grateful to be alive. I said that too, because I love that. That is actually what we have to realize, is that some people don't have that privilege. Tomorrow, some people won't have that privilege. So we might as well use the life that we do have and make it right for us. Get grounded, get aligned, and then get into your heart. And then when you get into your heart, your mind starts, like, I've had some really like shitty situations happen to me, and in the past I would have just frizzled out. My brain would have said, I would have just collapsed on myself. Like, that's honest. I've had many breakdowns where I just couldn't handle the situation. I couldn't process, and it was just like a glitch in my system, and it would just be like, you know, the old computers when they can't, and they just freeze and you've got to reboot them. That was me all the time. I couldn't handle, and I would just spaz out and then curl up into a ball and cry for days. You know, like, I couldn't deal. And then moving into a space of healing, when I moved into a space of healing, when I'm presented with situations, because I'm allowing myself to just sort of step back from it and observe the situation and not get stuck in my head about past energies that happened to me, and just look at the issue at hand. You know, you're just slowing the process down, because what happens is when you're not in alignment or feeling grounded or just good about yourself, your mind will just unravel. And you have to learn to just push back and observe it, and then look at it, and then approach it without fear. You know, you have to realize that some situations aren't going to be easy even when you're healed, but when you're healed in your mind, you can actually approach things so they don't destroy you. They actually make you feel better. And so many times, you know, I've just gone, wow, I can't believe I just did that, because I know in the past if that had presented itself to me, I would have been a mess. I would have had a mental breakdown. I would have just given up. And when you step into that space and with a healed mindset, that becomes less of a blockage. You know, it's sort of like, I can find a way through, because you trust and believe that you can find a way through. And when you hit another blockage or another obstacle, you can trust and believe that you can navigate through that easier and find a way through. And that's part of your healing. That's how you know that you've started to move into a space that allows you to find solutions for yourself, so that you don't always feel blocked and burdened by situations, burdened with worry and anxiety. So I hope that helps somebody out there, because it's it's not for the weak, that's for sure. It's actually the hardest thing you'll ever do for yourself, but the most rewarding, because every day then becomes a present, becomes a gift, because you see all the beauty. You have time to stop and smell the roses that you might have walked past 20 million times, and then you'll look at that rose and you'll see the colour and the vibrancy and the life in it, and the bees and the ants and the grass and the leaves and the wind. You start seeing all those elements and finding each single one a blessing. You know, it's a beautiful space to be in, and it's not easy. Yeah, it's not easy. I can vouch for that. Sorry guys, I like to talk before I start doing readings. It just allows me to settle my energy. But yeah, it's, you know, if you're really serious about healing, it takes dedication, but you're only dedicating time and effort to yourself. You know, you have to realize that you have to let go of the responsibilities of the world and just focus on you, because if you can't fill your own cup, no one else can fill their cup for you. You know, everyone says, fill your cup. Fill your cup. But that literally means just your cup. Because I watched this thing. When you learn to give to yourself, then you naturally just give to everyone else, because it's the overflow. It's the extra. It's not taking or diminishing you in any way. So, you know, it's an interesting journey. I'm still on it too. Don't ever think that, you know, it's all going to be sunny days. It definitely doesn't. Today was hard. Today was hard for me. Now, once I did that reading, I had to step back and settle. Because there was a lot of energy that came through. It was a lot of emotion, and it sort of just like acknowledges something, because I've been going through inner child healing. I think we all have. If you look at a lot of the healers that have been coming forward and talking, they've been going through something that sort of kept them feeling a little bit, that's the only way I can describe it. And so, you know, when you think about if everyone's feeling that vibration, all of us are going through stages of release, getting ready to move into the new cycle of energy. And I feel like when we move into the new cycle of energy, I think this season will be a lot more lighter, instead of so, you know, sort of dark and gloomy. You know, it's a growth phase. We've got to go through it. It's just like a baby. You know, they'll cluster feed when they're hungry, and they go through growth spurts. It's very much like us, and the earth has energy and growth spurts, so we'll feel that too. It's just getting attuned and being aware of, like, you know, how energy works for us. That's part of, you know, the healing stages, is that when you start healing all the things that have been blocked inside of you, your natural spiritual gifts, because we are spiritual by nature, human beings, we were spiritual since we were born. We just weren't given the tools or the knowledge to know that. And it's sort of like when we start stepping into that space of healing and understanding ourselves, we start realizing that we have certain gifts, and it's all expressed differently, because we all have unique frequencies and abilities. So we have to realize that everybody's gift is not the same. So some people are seers, some people are healers, some people are artists, but that's a form of craft, you know. Singing and all that, it heals too. You know, you can sing a song and you remember a memory. That's a gift too. It just triggers things inside of you. And that's what healers and seers do too. They just trigger things inside of you that you recognize, and it allows you to resonate and find some clarity. It's an interesting thing. So you have to realize that when you heal, you also awaken things within you that start showing you who you really are, because that's the whole journey, is to find out who you are, or rediscover it is a better way to put it. You're just rediscovering yourself more fully. And yeah, if we all did that, if we all started to really get into that, you'd find that there would be less anger in the world. I know that's a utopian way of looking at things, but I mean, just experience from my own healing journey, I'm way less angry. It takes a lot to get me angry, compared to when I pre-healing, where I would snap. You know, I was OCD, everything you can think of, and super controlling of my children and all that kind of stuff, because I couldn't control everything else. I controlled my home, and it wasn't nice. You know, it's hard to look back at those times and think of what I used to be like to my children. So having to heal myself and then allow them space to heal from my behavior in their lives, and give them the tools as I learn, and to talk to them when they're ready. Because I know that's just sort of like, we have to hold the space for ourselves, and then we get to hold the space for the people we love, and then for the world. You know, nobody's a saint, and I'm definitely not one. I don't proclaim to be one. But I am very human, and I'm never going to regret healing my stuff, my shit. So thanks, guys. Where does one start, and how to learn to heal? I think it just comes down to choice. Like for me, I had to, sorry if I've missed other comments, I'm just reading the ones that are in front of me. I had a really strong heart chakra awakening. Like, it felt like someone literally ripped my chest open, and it was painful for me because it was literally unblocked. And I had hit rock bottom in my life once again, many times of hitting rock bottom, and it was the last time I hit rock bottom, because the next day I said I no longer wanted to feel like that anymore. And I literally cried for the next 2 weeks, but every day I would get up and go for a walk and sit up at the beach and cry, and just released stuff. You know, anything, just what was sitting there. There was so much, for me, there was so much just sitting at the surface waiting to be cleared. And when I chose to heal it, oh boy, did it come. It came out like crazy. And then you go through a plateau where you kind of feel better, and then you just keep stepping forward and showing up for yourself. You know, yeah, good days, bad days, just keep stepping forward and showing up. And if you fall off the bandwagon of healing and you revert back to type, when you decide to come back, don't think that you've failed. Don't ever think that you've failed when you've fallen off the, you know, it happens. It happens just when you realize that, come back to center, and then keep stepping forward, you know, and showing up for yourself. And that's the journey. It literally is a lifelong journey. I'm still stepping on that journey myself. So, yeah. I mean, I can give you what I've done. I can only share what I've experienced myself. And that was just me, yeah, showing up for myself for once, you know. I didn't even think I was worth it sometimes. I didn't even know what love was or feel what love was for myself. I always put it in the hands of someone else, and when they would disappoint me, I felt that that was all I deserved, and my life was very, very sad. But now, because I have experienced true self-love, I know exactly what I want, and it's sort of like, because I've become love for myself, all the relationships I have around me have deepened and widened, you know, and become proper love relationships, you know, with family, friends, and the people that resonate with me. You know, it's sort of like the love that you need, you already have. You just got to recognize it, and it changes you. It does. It softens you. And I know that sounds like nobody wants to be soft these days. Everyone wants to be hard and tough. Well, I guess that's not true anymore, because everyone's starting to wake up. But when I grew up, everyone was staunch and hard, and I wanted to be like that too. But I was always just a big wussy. You know, I was hard on the outside, or at least I appeared hard. But inside I was caramel center, very soft and gooey and sensitive. So I show my sensitivity because it's always been me, who I am as a person, and I'm not afraid to show it. So it softened me to just be me, you know, take off those hard edges, and sort of like polishing, you know, it's like a polishing. It takes off all the rugged, rough patches of your pain, not so much your personality, you know, like this, like I said, you guys can get a soft part of me, but if I need to turn on a harder side of me, it's easy, you know, like I'm opening and welcome as long as that energy is reciprocated. I want to say that I can turn on the thug. Let's just put it like that. If I need to get thuggy, I'll get thuggy, you know, but it's not my go-to anymore. I don't instantly go there. It's usually only if, you know, it's matching that vibe. So, but most of the time I'll be super accepting, because I feel, and this is my own personal opinion, that you can have two ideals or ideas, and even though they're conflicting with each other, you can still accept that that person has that, and still accept them as they are. So we may not agree, but I still accept you to have that opinion and thought and feeling about something, because that's, you know, that belongs to you. And it's sort of like, for me to go into a state of anger it's really hard, you know. I might be apprehensive or cautious, but never angry at somebody. You know, I'm never going to get instantly offended if someone doesn't agree with me, or seek revenge, or, you know, it's not. I'll just let it go. If this person's not ready to hear what I have to say, or is open-hearted or open-minded, then that's okay. They can have their opinion, and I'll accept that. I will always say, yes, you're right, because yes, you're right for you, and that's okay. Yeah, I hope that made sense. Okay. Well, we better get started. I just like to talk beforehand, so it lets me settle my energy down. So thank you guys for being patient. So I'll just ask Hawani to let me know who's up. Yeah, but thanks, guys. I like sharing. Yeah, I know. Look, I've got to, otherwise I'm going to get cotton mouth, and that's not going to be any. Always drink water when you work with spirit. Otherwise you're going to get dehydrated really fast, because your it's not so much that your metabolism kicks in, but your body works at a higher process, and so you get quite dehydrated really fast because your body heats up more. So at some point I may need a toilet stop. Just letting everybody know. Okay. Oh, how do I say your name? Are you there? Nikki Langton? Is that how you say it? Nikki? Are you there? Okay. Oh, Nikki. Okay. Hi, Nikki. So what I do is I pull cards and I give you spiritual guidance. Okay? You have to refer to the mod, which is Intuitive Weaver, if you would like a reading. So we're just going to... I can't always show these cards because, just in case, last time I got banned because one of them wasn't fully closed. And I don't want to say the word because last time I said it and then they shut me down. And then when I appealed it, they said I'd broken the rules, community guidelines, and when I read it, I actually... Well, technically not, but because it's artistic, I didn't see it as breaking the guidelines, but they saw it as breaking the guidelines. Right, Nikki. Spiritual guidance. So I'm just gonna because this is the first one up, and not everybody has seen me read. What I do is I visualize a pond in front of me, and I speak your name into the water, and I wait till the name's said back to me. That way I know I've connected in. So I talk to the water as my element for intuition. And for those that don't know, water holds the memory, and water holds all the memory of the Earth's history. So it allows me to connect in that way, because I have to ask for permission to get into your energy, okay, guys? You don't just barge in and think that your spirit guide's going to open up the door to an intruder, so you ask nicely. Okay. I just saw roses, Nikki. I don't know if that means anything to you. Red roses. Just want to see what comes up. Oh, you've got what you want, wants you. Okay, I saw red roses. This might be love. You might be interested in somebody. You may want to know if they care about you or if it's mutual. I would say yes. I'm just going to say what I heard, and I'm a bit worried about this one. I don't know if there's someone that's trying to get your attention as well. Not on the side, but just someone that's trying to get your attention and distract you away from your main goal. And Spirit is saying that this person, or the energy of someone, or the energy of what you desire is matching yours, is in the same vibration. And they're just saying stay positive, keep your focus upwards. So sometimes you might be thinking a little bit negative about yourself, or that you may not think you're good enough, or wondering why this isn't moving the way you want it to move, or as fast as you may want it. But whatever you want, or whoever you want, is matching your vibration, which is actually a good sign. And Spirit says you already know this, but you keep beating yourself up a lot about how you see yourself, which she feels she knows. Definitely about unity. Does this make sense? Yeah. Does this make sense to you? Because for you, you've got what you want, wants you. She feels she knows, and releasing allegiances. Now, releasing allegiances is about letting go of things, right? People, places, could be all sorts, or loyalties. Because I feel like in the past, I'm just going to say, I feel like in the past, love hasn't always been great to you, or you might have a little bit of apprehension towards someone. Like I said, it feels like there's someone that's trying to catch your attention. You may not be seeing them, or if you are aware of them, you may not be focused on in that way. You may be focused on someone else. But I think it's more about, I think for you, you have to realize that you have to love yourself more, because it's sort of like, okay, sometimes Spirit says, this is what they say to me, and I have to give it to you like this. Oh my God, I just read that and I was like, oh, that makes sense why it says that if you could see the cards, but I can't show you the cards because some of them are not fully clothed. Yeah, okay. Like for me, this releasing allegiances, it's hard. It's hard. This wasn't an easy process. This really put you, or exposed you to a lot of pain, whatever this went through, because you've got, she feels, I can show you this one, she feels she knows, and you look at that card, right? That's a hard card. That's a hard card to look at because it looks, brutal. This is why I always say it's sort of like, sometimes our mind, really, really kicks us in the butt. Whether it's you're beating yourself up about that you've done things, you've made mistakes, you're putting all that on you, you're taking all that on you. But it's sort of like what I said before was like, you have to come into a space of loving yourself more, because what happens is, if you don't love yourself, okay, this might be moving into a new cycle of love, or just learning self-love, is that if you don't love yourself, what happens is that, guess what matches you, guess what finds you, is that same vibration of someone that won't love you right. So to really, truly experience real love, one has to love themselves fully. And then you find that when you have that vibration, the universe matches that vibration. And we have to remember that what you want wants you, but are you really in the right space to have that vibration? If you're looking for love out there, and you may not be looking for love, it may be just a space for you to learn to love yourself. I would say love yourself first. I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to say love yourself first. That way, when you're ready and you've released all of this that comes with your situation, that you will be prepared for what the universe gives you with inspired action. Like it's teamwork. I have to say, when you're working within the energy, your energy and the energy of the universe, it is a team sport. And the universe wants to give you what you want. Your first card, what you want wants you. But what do you want? That's the question. That's right. If you can't love yourself, you're going to find it very hard to find someone that can love you the way you need. That's the bottom line when it comes to relationships. I used to do, YouTube love readings all the time, until I found that everybody else was always searching for someone to fill that role of love for them. And some of those people weren't very nice. And I got really tired of pulling in narcissistic exes to read for people, to tell them that, this is the love of your life. And a lot of them had negative energies. And it's sort of like, we have to remember that we're worth it. We have to show up for ourselves. We have to give love to ourselves, so that when we go into a space of love, we're giving love from the overflow, not directly from the cup, our cup, because we have to sustain and nurture what was that? Nurture ourselves, sorry, what was that? Yeah, you have to love yourself, because that's going to give you what you need in the future. And the thing is, You know, your energy is like, you're a giver. I'm going to tell you that. Your energy tells me you're a giver. And these cards, they're like little portals or little doorways that I can just peek my, have a look in. And it's sort of just like, you're a giver, and you've given and given and given maybe more times than you've ever received. And it's time to give to yourself, Give love to yourself, and that way you can receive love. Thank you for that. You can receive love for yourself too. And I would say what you wants you, like I keep coming back to this, be the vibration of love that you want to be, to receive in life. Be that for you first. Because no way do you deserve to be in such pain when it comes to love and unity, and thinking that you were the one that caused a lot of this. This is someone whose mind, you're going through, it's just, you just have to get over this stage and embrace yourself and stop thinking that you've done something wrong. Okay? Because I don't think the blame is yours. So my advice from Spirit for you is to love yourself and be the love vibration that you want to receive. So, lift yourself up, fill yourself up, give yourself some, and I just wanted to, this is really coming in for me. It's all like, you don't even know your own value, which is, how the treasure that you are, that you have inside. Like, I feel emotional about that. I'm probably going to be emotional all night, but I just feel like if you could only see what your energy is saying to me, and the beauty in it, the beauty and the giving and the receiving, when you're actually matched in the right love vibration, it's a beautiful thing. It's just because it's sort of like, you give what you get. That's the type of person you are, and that's why when you've gone into these relationships or relationship, you've never received it properly. Just love yourself a little bit more every day, and stop thinking that you've done something wrong. I just want to say that, stop thinking you've done something wrong, because you haven't. You've just responded to the situations that have presented themselves to you in the only way you knew how. So it's time to let that all go and release, and move into a space of loving yourself and finding love for yourself. I'm going to leave that right there. Hopefully that gave you a bit of clarity and helped you, Nikki. Thank you. Oh, yeah. It was just like, she doesn't even know, and they're just showing me like the energy of like a treasure that sort of like, it's just like, if she knew how she gives love, how much you give of yourself, and have that returned to, if you knew what the equal exchange would be, I think it would blow your mind, blow your heart up in a good way. So thank you. Okay. I'll just wait for Juani. Thank you. Okay, love jury. Okay, guys, there's a bit of a list, but if you're happy to be patient. Love jury. I said love jury, and they says no, it's aroha. I was like, okay. They didn't like me saying love jury. I don't know why. Well, she feels she knows too. So there's been a lot that you've come to the knowledge of, but yeah, feeling a little bit heavy and a little bit negative about it. You have to realize your own beauty too, and your own value, your own worth. and let go of other people's situations. Because it's like this card, if this is kind of like the energy that's been happening though. So it's recognizing here. And here with number 22 as well. It's a master number. So you're having to go through some hard lessons, and that's a hard energy too to go through. But you're starting to recognize it too, which is actually really good, positive, in a positive way. The way the things are feeling towards you, you're starting to recognize the pattern of how your energy flows, which I like. She feels she knows usually means that. And visions of life beyond death. Oh, why have you got it? Oh, look at these numbers. You're definitely going through a lot of lessons and coming into alignment here. See? I can show you these ones. Visions of life beyond death. See that? It's an alignment. So, okay. You're coming into a space of wisdom and knowing. So you're starting to believe a little bit in yourself. This is what I call coming back to center. Is when we learn that like I said before, actually, sometimes you can fall off the path, and go into a space. But you see that? The peacock feather? And yeah, sitting in there, the peacock. Learning your worth, knowing your worth, recognizing your worth, your value for yourself. A lot of us forget how much we're worth in the world, to ourselves and to others. And sometimes we have to realize that when we get aligned, when we bring, like it's like a fracturing of the mind fractures. It's like broken glass. That's how I saw it. It's like the glass gets broken, and the image that we look at in the mirror of ourselves is broken into pieces. So with the visions of life beyond death, number 44, how that's like 22, 44, these are master numbers. So you're going through a stage of learning the space. You've gone through the lesson and learning from it. So you're applying the teaching of the lesson. So what you're doing is that you're creating a whole picture again. You're becoming whole again. And that's actually really good. It's a knowing and an understanding that you no longer want to fracture that picture anymore. You actually want to see yourself whole. And the thing is, even when we fracture the mirror of ourselves, so there's the image that we have of ourselves, or if it feels broken, it's sort of like the Japanese pottery, and I forget the name of it. I always forget. I can't retain it for some odd reason. But you know how the pottery, when they break pottery, and they use a golden lacquer resin to put that piece of pottery back together, and it makes it unique, and it makes it usable, and it's an art. It makes it beautiful again. We have to realize that even with all the broken pieces of us, when we fill the gaps, they create a unique vibration and personality and character. And we have to realize that even the broken pieces can be made beautiful again. They'll never be the same as the whole picture, but they can be just as beautiful as they are in those broken pieces, melded into one image again. So we have to realize that we go through these fracturings of ourselves to also learn how to put ourselves back together. So I feel like for you, this is where you're at. You're coming back into alignment, back to center, and learning to apply that lesson that you just went through. There was a big shift. There was a big awakening, pushing you back into alignment with who you are and becoming whole again. So it's actually really important for you to know. I'm just going to pull one more card, actually. Talked a lot. Sorry, guys, I do this. I talk a lot. Yeah, legacy of light, alignment. Alignment. So I'm going to say to you right now, your main lesson right now is to do what I've been doing. Inner child healing. Inner child healing. Because when we heal and release our inner child and nurture our inner child, we go back to the age where we were first hurt, when we first suffered and then fractured. So you're going to the root cause of your pain. This is going to be an interesting phase. It may be really hard. So don't forget to ask for support and for help, because the inner child to deal with is going to bring out stuff that we may not be prepared for. I say we, that's just how they talk to me. But with the legacy of light, you know, there's an attunement and alignment that you're having to go through, and you're breaking a cycle. It's a cycle. You know what I mean? And Spirit is saying they've always been with you. They're just happy that you're starting to recognize that now. So whatever spirit guides you have around you, or family members, ancestors, it just depends on who's willing to come forward. But it's a team. You know, I always say our spiritual team that sit with you all the time. And sort of just like, you have to realize that, yeah, sometimes life does that on purpose. It breaks us on purpose. So we learn to put ourselves back together again, and it makes us stronger too. Like, it makes us stronger. It's just not the same image, because we start out with an ideal. Sorry, this is going to take ages to come back around. We start out with an ideal, but what Spirit does is it shows us their ideal, which is way more expensive than ours, right? You can hear me say that a lot. And it's a different ideal. It's a bigger and better ideal, and it's bigger than what we might have thought for ourselves. So this particular stage of the inner child healing is going back to the root cause of it all that started all the breakage. And I would say that you can lean on Spirit, and you can lean on the people that you know you can trust for support in this stage. But it's definitely, I want to say preordained. Like, this is something destined for you to go through. Because with Legacy of Light, you're awakening to your light working abilities. You know, this is going through a healing. We're nurturing, we're loving, and we're using our wisdom. You know, that's the Legacy of Light. So it's definitely for you a stage of alignment, and probably a little bit of inner child healing. You're really working on that solar plexus, sacral chakra, and root chakra, our human chakras, and allowing yourself to apply that teaching to the lesson you've just learnt. So thank you, love Drew. Hopefully that made sense and brought you clarity. Yeah, you know, inner child healing, it's only hard because it's a lot of things that it can be quite emotional, because it's not always, we don't realize, okay, sometimes we don't realize we're as damaged as we really are, and then when we actually open that door and have a look, it's kind of scary. You know what I mean? It seems scary to go in, but as you start venturing in, you realize that when you walk in with the mindset to heal and to bring love and nurturing to that space, it actually gets you through and lightens it all up, brightens it all up. So hopefully that helps. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's not easy. Healing's never easy, and like I said, it's a lifelong process. We've all got something to heal from. But the cool thing is, the more you heal yourself, the more you're aware of yourself too, and sometimes we might have self-sabotaging energies that we don't, processes that we don't even realize that we're doing to ourselves. A lot of that is in the mind. So once we get our minds healthy, get our minds more attuned to thinking more positive thoughts and solutions, it gets so much easier. Oh, you're very welcome. Okay, let's see who's next. So I'm going to get through as many as I can. Rowie Girl 75. Hey there. Just give these all a good shuffle. Yeah, we have to break that cycle. But also we have to be aware that there is something to heal. And it's usually by going deep into the healing journey that you realize What's just sitting there? Rowie girl? What a Rowie girl? Is she still here? Okay, we'll do her next. Oh, thank you. Kia ora. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry if I say your name wrong. I need glasses. Maka ta kia ho. Sorry. 79. Are you there? I'm sorry I said your name. I know I said your name wrong. Are you there? Okay. Friday night at Freddy. Fire night? You guys are exposing my poor eyesight. Oh, thank you, Love Jury. Thank you. Thank you guys for your likes. Hi. I just refer to my mod, Intuitive Weaver. She's doing it, taking names. There's a bit of a list if you're prepared to wait. Oh, thank you. I do my best with readings. Like I said, I've been going through a bit of a releasing phase, so it's been kind of hard. Actually, I wasn't sure if I was going to do the live, but I just settled my energy down and did a bit of grounding, and it was fast and furious, but it is what it is. Okay. Okay, Lily. Okay. Thank you. Hi, Roberta. We do have a bit of a list, so. Lily? Had a whole bunch of people not there. They're probably going to come in once I start. Thank you, guys. Elsie McLean, 957. Are you there? Can you guys tell me? Can you guys tell me how to send likes? Somebody? Oh, thank you. You know, like sometimes, even though you're not getting a reading, sometimes the readings resonate, or they give you the, you know, whatever you need for you. You'd be surprised how many people are actually going through the same thing at the same. Oh, tap. Oh, is that all? I went into a live and I wanted to send hearts, and I've got like some coins, but I didn't know how to. I kept sending roses, but I just wanted to help them and send hearts, but I didn't know how to. Okay, Sabrina Burger 9. Okay, guys, if you're not here for your reading, I'm just going to plow through the list. Ooh. Thank you for that. Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Sabrina? Sabrina? You guys are making it easy for me tonight. I can't tell. Thank you, guys. Okay. We'll just circle back around if they show. Yeah, they're that list. Are you on the list, Samantha? It's referred to Intuitive Weaver, please. Oh, thank you. Hi. That's really sweet. Thank you, Nikki. Sabrina? That list is moving fast, so that's alright. We're moving fast through that list. There's a few people I'd like to actually have read in there. They must have gone out just for a bit. It happens. June, salvation. What would he say when he wants you? Would you go now? Huh? What does that mean? I go when I'm ready. Tinakwe. Hi. I don't know what that means. The same card keeps jumping out. This card keeps popping out. Okay. Is that the next one? ET3321? Restore and replenish. See that? It's just talking about gathering your energies. There's a lot of things coming in. It has an actual meaning in the book, but what I like to do is not know the meanings of the books. I know this sounds weird because I like to intuitively read these cards. So I use the pictures as a portal, and like when I do, well, I might as well talk while there's no one here. But this is about, you know, realizing that you might need to distance yourself and restore your energy. It might be a little bit low. It keeps jumping out when I read different people's names, so there's a lot of people in there. Okay, is Mama Aroha 33 still here? Hi. Yeah, so actually, sorry, and then I just intuitively read because I think not knowing allows there to be more space of knowing, if you can understand what I mean by that. But that one was about restoration and restoration. Rest and restore, sorry. And it's sort of just, yeah, about literally just returning back and keeping yourself looked after, putting up a bit of a barrier, stepping away from your phone, you know, things like that, keeping people out. Hi guys, welcome in. Yeah, Nania, if you keep spamming, you'll be muted and you'll get no reading, just so you know. Just wait. I know, sorry, I know it's taking ages for these people to come in and get their smiles back and get their cards. We'll see who's next. Who's next? I don't mind the break, I just talk. Hey guys, kia ora. Just refer to the mod Intuitive Weaver, please. Sexy and Lily. It's because a lot of people know that I talk a lot. They're like, does she finish those fast? I'm trying to get faster because I like to do the deep intuitive readings because I'm trying to, you know, tap into the soul. It's the soul. And sometimes some people, you just got to give them a bit of time to allow that soul to start speaking and opening up, and then allow your spirit guides to allow me in. It takes, you know, you've got to build up a rapport with energy. You just don't go in and sucker punch somebody and then rip their heart out. That's not kind. And when, you know, when you use cards responsibly and ethically, they require time because some people are really needing healing. Okay. Just got to refer to the mod if you want a reading. Anika 909. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, like I'm happy to give you a reading when we get through this. Yeah, it's mutual respect. It's like I wouldn't walk into your house, push the door open and then start yelling at everybody to give me information. I would knock and then be welcomed in. It's like anything else. Or at least that's how I see it. I don't know if everyone does. That's just how I like to conduct myself, because it's more about ethics here. You know, you don't want to, like, I'll tell you the truth. Don't get me wrong. I'll tell you the truth of what I'm seeing. But I'm going to do it in a way that's respectful to your energy and to your soul. Okay, Nazim, okay. Yay, we've got somebody. Thank you. Okay, let's have a look, Nazim, and see what spiritual guidance you get right now. I like your personality, Nazim. Sorry, I know I've been shuffling these, but I just like to see what comes forward. Okay. Free from judgment, free to love. Yeah. I would say, to be honest, you might have been going through some inner child healing too, but actually found a really, it's weird because I want to say, it's funny because I'm finding it hard to say, but I want to say, it's almost like you walked, because I would call this astral space for me, or the shamanic plane. So when I go into the shamanic plane, I see a bay, because my family's from the Hokianga, so I see the Hokianga harbour and the sand dunes in the distance. But it's sort of like I'm on a hill looking down on it all. And it's a grassy knoll kind of thing. And it's almost like, and usually I'm sitting by an old fallen tree, and I can see the roots of that tree, like it's just the root system is still out. The tree's fallen over, and behind is a forested area. But that's just how I describe it. I always say it's Waimar, but it's not Waimar, but it's the Hokianga, or the North Island, top of the North Island, if you're not from New Zealand. And it's sort of like you've gone into the shamanic plane. You may be accessing a lot of your spirit guides, or you may be a dreamer that gets a lot of visions. Does that make sense? And for me, the shamanic plane just means that you're getting into a space of openness with yourself, and you're becoming more in tune with yourself. And the shamanic plane is a waiting area too, by the way. It's sort of like where you go before you access, like the Akashic records, or I always call it the waiting room, because when you sit in this is just how it's going to come out. When you sit in the shamanic plane, or in your space, in your usually it's a grassy area, somebody or something will come towards you. And like who have I met there? I've met Ganesha, or an elephant, and I didn't know it was him until he hugged me with his trunk, and I was just sitting there in the shamanic plane doing a vision quest, and this is when we first learned how. Sorry, it's coming out this way. Learned how to contact our spirit guides, and I had a strong connection with Ganesha. Everywhere I went, I saw elephants, so I went into the shamanic plane, and as soon as we went into the shamanic plane, it was almost like I landed in there, or just emerged. It's just like a melt into it. I don't know how to describe it. And then I was in there, and then the trunk went around me, and it was instant. It was an instant connection with Ganesha. And then, yeah, and then I was like 8 years old again, and we were climbing over him and playing. It was me and another little boy there, and I never knew who that little boy was. There's a little boy, and we were playing over him like he was like a pet dog, but it was this big, huge elephant, and he led us through the forest. So I'm sorry that it's coming out this way, but I feel like for you, you found a really good space for you in yourself. Like this is referring to being more open to your spiritual energy, your spiritual gifts. You may even be going through or having visual, a lot of dream visions that are coming through, or just entering a space of meditation and then seeing things come forward for you. You know, because the thing is, what we have to realize, it doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what race you are or what, you know, ethnicity you are. In spirit, it's all one. It's all one. All one energy. So even if you don't, you know, you don't resonate with, you know, me saying your nature, it's more just like the energy of it presents itself that way. And I feel like for you, you're in a really strong spiritual space. You may even be having a mother healing, which is, you know, like healing a relationship with your mother, or if your mother wasn't in your life, she may be visiting you. I feel like it's, you know, something to do with that. And you're reminiscing a lot about your childhood, but this is actually really healing for you, because it's bringing up, you may have negative energies, but it's actually bringing up energy, memories that you may have forgotten, that were good for you as well. So it's just an interesting space for me, because it just took me straight there. As soon as I saw this card, and this is Free from Judgment, Free to Love. It's a beautiful card. This is the card of the heart chakra for me. And sometimes I see someone holding themselves and doing inner child work, and sometimes it's a mother's love, which I'm getting both for you, which is interesting. I hope this makes sense. And it's sort of like, I just feel like you're getting visited by spirit, like by a mother figure, or a motherly figure. You may be dreaming about them, or just getting into a meditation, and this person's memory keeps coming to the front of your mind, or you're reminiscing. I think it's a lot of it. I think it's literally all of what I'm saying, because it's almost like taking me to the shamanic plane, being there, a motherly figure, being a child, and sort of just like bringing it all into one. So I don't know if that makes sense, but it's sort of like, for me, Spirit is saying you're a lot more open and a lot more receptive to your spiritual gifts, to your spiritual space. There might have been conflict there for you, or you weren't sure, but I think for you, you have to realize that you have a lot of, like for me, this always represents support as well. You see all this, all the lights. You have a lot of light. You also have a lot of people in spirit, not just ancestors or family members, but actual spiritual guides. And I feel like, you might be a lot like me, where you resonate with different types of spiritual energy. As you know, like I'm Māori, I'm Māori, and I would resonate like a lot with Māori ancestors and gods, kaitiaki, or guardians, but also resonate with a lot of worldly ones too, like ones that I didn't even know about, until I went into the spiritual space and started interacting with those types of energies. So I think for you, everything's just opening up in a really positive way. You're connecting a lot more with your heart space. You're healing a lot of things from the past. Like I said, it's like that mother healing, or that motherly space, that you may even just be nurturing yourself a lot more if it's not about your mother. I keep saying that word though, so it has to be something like that for you. Hopefully this makes sense. And just being a lot more open to healing as well, and connecting more with the heart space. So we have to realize that for me, the heart chakra is really important when it comes to intuitive space. I'll tell you what though, that's not going to last for very long. Yeah, but that's actually cool. That's actually really cool that you do that, because then you know a lot about that. You actually know a lot about your spiritual abilities. I just feel like if you can understand, for you, it's more like I said, it's a waiting area, it's a waiting room. And we have to wait for those energies to come towards us to show us what they need to show us. And yet patience is, I don't have patience. I know this sounds like I should have all the patience in the world. I don't. I really, really don't. And on the journey, you know, especially when you're starting to develop and really hit some highs in your spiritual journey, the need to know more, to have more up and go, vitality, spiritual connection on that high degree. We always want that all the time, but sometimes Spirit puts us in a holding space so that we can gather our energies and learn what we need to learn. And I feel like for you, a lot of that is referring to Mother Energy. It just keeps saying that to me. And it may not be your actual physical mother. It could just be the divine feminine energy. But I feel like a mother, the cosmic mother, you know, which she has been coming in a lot for everybody. But it's sort of like even just getting a lot more grounded. Maybe doing a vision quest would be good for you if you want to get out of that slump. Because sometimes we got to change it up a bit. We've got to change our normal tactics and strategies to get into that spiritual space and be able to move forward. Sometimes we have to change it up. So they're bringing me back to Ganesha. So I feel like, you know, with Ganesha, he kind of is the clearer of the path, right? He clears the path. But he can also put obstacles in the way. It's all divine timing, right? And I feel like for you, only because it's weird that it just came into that space, remembering that it's just a time to either allow those obstacles to be cleared for you, change your strategy, because I feel like for you, it's just time for you to be more open yourself up to healing. Yeah. Sometimes I go through slumps when I have to go through healing too, because I feel like you're just in a holding space. But I feel like for you, your energy is really high vibrational anyway, just normally. Like you have a high vibrational space within you. Yeah, I just think it's just time to open up. That's what I'm just wanting to do, and get some motherly love. Yeah, but you're definitely guided. Like the thing is, we have to learn to have patience. We also have to learn to trust in the universe more. And sometimes we don't know what that means. You know, even me, sometimes I don't know what that means. It's like I trust in the universe, but what am I trusting in sometimes? You know, do I trust in myself too? I just say free from judgment, free from love. Yeah, you have to go into a space of being more open to yourself. Let Spirit in, let them do the healing. Let them open you up. Maybe connect more to your heart space. Welcome them into your heart more. I think for you, I just feel like everything's just going to open up. You know what I mean? Like the floodgates of your energy. Boom. Yes. Everyone gets motherly love, you know. Everyone does when they're open. It's a receptive energy, right? You have to be open to receive it. That's what I mean. It's just open. Open up. Spiritual love, spiritual energy. Yeah. See, look at the card. See, I just said, okay, like, this isn't going anywhere, but it's the same thing. New birth guarded vigilantly. It's the same thing. Same theme, same colour. Open up. Be receptive to the healing energies of Mother Earth. Let's just put it like that. You're definitely coming into a new space. Like I said, you just, yeah. You know how I said this? You know how I said Ganesha came across like this? Boom. Same energy. Yeah. Heart chakra, 24 breaks down to a 6. For me, 6 is the number of the heart, always has been. I always see numbers differently. I just allocate the meanings. Yeah, new growth, new cycles. Be open to receive motherly love. Hopefully that makes sense to you. You're very welcome. Hi. Peaceful warrior. I know, it's all good. How are you? Thank you. That was interesting. It was interesting because when I wanted to reassure myself, because, sometimes I always think, oh God, there'll be that one time that I don't get it. I don't get it. And then when I flipped the next card, it was the same interpretation, different meaning. But when I saw that, boom, yeah, you're in a space to receive from Spirit. So thank you for the reminder. Oh. Okay, Arena. Oh, that's good. Oh, yep, I'm still here, Arena. Okay, you're here. Awesome. Ooh. I didn't even... Okay, I haven't even touched it yet. Arena. Now that card that fell out was softly, softly, the tender touch. Arena, you got Pandora's gift. I can show you this card. 45. You sort of, okay. For me, this particular card is about Pandora. So if I can remember the meaning of this one, because they're just saying, remember the meaning. This is about knowledge. This is about choosing to see, even though you're not supposed to. So it's sort of not like forbidden knowledge, but it's sort of like wanting to venture into a space that maybe you have not been encouraged to venture into, but that's the calling that you want to go there. You want to go there, okay? And I feel like you're coming into a space of learning a lot more about things, about just the world itself, and going through a bit of an evolution, or yeah, a bit of an evolution, like a growth spurt of knowledge. They're giving me, they're telling me you're younger, you're young. I don't know if that's true, but you might have a young energy. Yeah. You're getting another knowledge card here with Beyond the Mind, the Heartbeats. So you're being drawn to higher learning, I would say, if this makes sense. To knowing a lot more. I want to say scientist. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Just let me know if I'm going off track. But like a science. Like you might be quite analytical about things. You might be studying a lot of things. You might have a lot of ideas. You might be just scientific in your approach. Or logistical or logic. Like very... But there's this side of you that could be very creative and quite chaotic. Creative and chaotic is the same energy. It's just focused differently or used differently. But creative energy is chaotic energy. It comes from the same source. Spirit is asking you to focus more. Does that make sense? They want you to focus more on learning something. So I feel like you are going through a space of higher knowledge. So you might be going through higher education or going into a subject or learning something that is... I just feel like I just heard not recommended. Like it's an alternative way of looking at things. And yeah, I just feel like they want you to focus more on that. Even though it says beyond the mind, the heartbeats. So maybe you're having a struggle to actually connect to the heart space. Like, because it has like lineage, DNA, that kind of thing. You may be looking into, you might be looking into your past. You might, that may be why you haven't been recommended to look at. But there's something that you want to know, that you're not allowed to know, but you want to know. This is what they keep saying to me. It's like forbidden knowledge, so it might be a little bit about your past, or past relatives, or I feel like that's literally because okay. So you might like feel like the black sheep sometimes. Like you feel like you're the odd one out, and you want to know why. Does this make sense? because I just, you know, like I feel that like I'm the odd one out. And you know, why are you different? Why are you made different, maybe? And it's getting hard to decipher between your head and your heart. I want to say that, if that makes sense. It's getting hard to decipher how you were raised and how you want to be. That's pretty much where it is. So I think for you, you have to really get into the space of learning. You have to focus a lot more. That's what I'm getting. It's sort of focus, but it may not be focus outwards. It may be focusing inwards. Yeah. Well, that's what Pandora was, right? She was a rebel, what they call a sacred rebel, because she was told that she couldn't, but she wants to. She wanted to. She was drawn to it. She couldn't help herself. And the thing is, with beyond the mind, the heart beats. The 21 breaks down to a 3. 3 is the number of the teacher for me. You know, the teacher. So for me, there's a lot about education, but I mean, this could be education on a worldly stage, or in the world itself, of the world, outside your world. But I mean, it can be interpreted many ways, but it's an evolution for you. I want to expand myself. I want to be more, even though I'm being told not to. And it's a calling. It's a calling. It's what do they call that? They said wanderlust. Wanderlust. It's this urge to get out and experience the world, the whole world, you know, outside of what you were raised. Because I feel like you were raised to be a certain way, or they expect you to be a certain way, and you behave this way for a certain period of time. But now that's starting to get harder because the calling is getting stronger to be more rebellious. So yeah, focus inward, see what you resonate with, and then take the steps to go about doing that. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that right there, because you know, you're pretty close to it. That Pandora's gift, if you're not ready to open up that gift or that start that journey, if you thought you weren't ready, you are pretty close to being ready. So hopefully that helps. Thank you, Arena. That was pretty quick, that one. Okay. Shady Babe. Okay, yes. Okay, Shady Babe. Oh. Okay. Shady Babe, please. Okay. Weird. I just heard the song. What's that song? I put a spell on you, and now you're mine. What's that song? Yeah, I only heard that part. I just heard that really loud and clear. So yeah, you got Diving for the Light, but it was also teamed up with Conscious Connections, which I can't show you the picture because they're not fully clothed. But I would say you've got your eyes on somebody, and yeah, you've gone through a lot to get to where you were, though. That where you're at now, you've gone through a lot to get there, and you just want someone on the same page. Look, it's sort of like I just said, look at me. Yeah, you give me the eyes. I'm just like I feel like the eyes in these cards are really looking at me. So there's either someone that you're really interested in, or there's someone that's really interested in you. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm recently married. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Because here with Conscious Connections, there's 2 people. But, okay, thank you. I wanted to say this earlier, but I didn't want to be rude. It's almost like you want them to be on the same page as you. It's a little like, okay, look at me, but also appreciate me and love me. But I want to say the right way. I want to say like that your energy comes across as being very intense and very watchful. You're very cautious or mindful of actions of of other people, or the others is what I heard. You just have to know your own strength is good enough, if that makes sense. Your energy gives me the vibe of someone that is very intuitive. I want to say Scorpio, but you could be a water sign of some sort. Maybe not. You might have a water moon. But you're very aware of other people and their thoughts. And there's some people that you can't trust, but you know that already. You already know who they are. You're very aware of them. I'm just going to... Yeah. You're quite... I want to say you're industrious as well. Okay. I think for you... Okay, I don't know how to word that. Okay. It's very... The way it's coming across is very articulate. So, for you, it is about the aesthetics. You like how things look a certain way, but you also want someone, you want to be able to trust to be completely vulnerable. You know what I mean? It's like, I want to bare my soul to somebody. I want to shed my skin. Not even in a negative way. I know that sounds weird, but I literally want to bare my heart and soul to somebody. You know, and to be seen as me. And it's hard because I feel like there might be a little bit of pain in that for you. It's like you want to be vulnerable, but a lot of everything about you is so robust, you know, like strong, or this outward strength that you may have towards people or show people. But there's a part of you that just wants to be soft and vulnerable. You might get a little bit tired of always being the responsible one, a lot too. And what I like, the cool thing that I'm seeing in the cards for you is that you're the type of person that once you see someone and, you know, you consider them family, they're your family, they're part of you. They become part of you. You're everything. You know what I mean? And it's sort of like okay, I'm just going to give you this to you straight. You've tried to be everything. This may be in a past relationship. I don't know. You've tried to be everything. You've tried to make sure everything was perfect inside and out and around you. And yet there's a part of you that feels like you're not good enough and that you are not going to be able to keep this person's attention. But you have to realize that that's your feelings. You may be picking up stuff. I mean, I don't want to dig too deep in that area because I don't want to put anything in your head, but I feel like you're picking up stuff, but I feel like some of that is your trauma too, that puts those thoughts in your mind. And it's almost like you can read people's minds. I'm gonna say that. It's almost like you can read this person's mind or anybody's mind. You can just read them like a book. But when it comes to, it would come to sharing yourself, that part's the hardest part. You want that deep soul connection. You might be a deep lover, you know, like a deep lover. It's deep. You like that depth and that deep soul connection. And it's sort of getting, it's nice to have the aesthetics all looking nice and feeling good, but on the inside, feeling a little bit empty, a little bit low. And it's just time to realize that that might be your own thinking and trauma that keeps coming up like a mind loop where we get stuck in a negative pattern of thought, and then we start thinking that that's our reality, and then we start creating that in our reality. So you have to be mindful that whenever it starts going into that loop, to break it and to realize that you're enough. If someone doesn't realize that you're not enough, that's their loss. Okay? That's their loss. So I would say know your worth, know your value, because you have a lot to give, and maybe work on the negative thought mind loops that take us down sometimes, that make us feel disconnected from. It may not be your partner, it may be family, it may be a friend that you feel conflict with or a negative feeling about because you can't trust them, because in the past you might have a valid reason to feel that way. But just recognize that pattern and don't let it take you, because you're fully aware of things. You might be an empath or very highly intuitive, but when I heard that, put a spell on you. You might do a little bit of witchery, or use spirituality in that way, or see it that way. But I feel like for you, you can be you. You can be you. And that's going to be enough. And you have to recognize that that's enough for the situation that's happening right now. You have the strength and the fortitude to just be you. Just be you. So I feel like you're quite, you know what you want, you know how to get it. So you're very resourceful. But for some odd reason, when it comes to love, it's just a little bit harder to believe in yourself. But you can be you, and that can be enough, And if someone doesn't see that as being enough for them, that's their loss. Okay? But I don't feel like that's necessarily what's going on in the reality. I just feel like sometimes that thought creeps in, and then you start feeling a little bit cautious about everybody. Okay, so hopefully that helps. Thank you, Shady. Babe. Yeah, water. Yeah, there's a lot of strength in your cards too. Like, we have to realize that we're strong people. We've gone through a lot. We've gone through a lot in our lives, and yet when it comes to our hearts, we turn inwards and implode sometimes, because we try to be something for someone else and give our all, and then we forget to give to ourselves and give our all to ourselves. Because to have that deep soul connection with another, you've got to have that deep soul connection with yourself. That's the only way you will experience it at its fullest potential. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Shady. Okay. Oh. Thank you. I tried my best, Well, Tasnee Mary Clint Eastwood? Oh. What do you feel? Is what the cat said. Sorry, I couldn't help it. What do you feel? You just have to refer to the mod Intuitive Weaver, and she'll put you on the list. I feel like I'm going to mess up the name. Well, then that's a good sign, right? When you're deeply in love with someone, as long as it's reciprocated, if it's the same. I think that's a work in progress, to be honest. If you want to be married, you know. Like I said, it has to be mutual. I mean, I can't, here's the thing, okay? Intuition. The future stuff is not written. We can make suggestions, predictions, more like suggestions, but nothing is set in stone. So I can say, yeah, you're going to get married, but what happens if you don't? Because it's purely a suggestion, you know. We have to realize that. I know that we're so used to going on here getting tarot card readings and people predicting our future and saying yes or no, we're going to get married, blah blah blah. No one knows. Like, to be honest, the truth about it. And yep, sometimes I get a little bit of foresight. Foresight? Is that what we call it? Get a bit of a vision, or I know when some stuff is going to happen, but that's usually not for anyone else. That's usually in a unique thing. You know what I mean? Something that's going to come into my energy that I become aware of beforehand, but not for other people. I don't do that. So I know you want to know that, but that's not what I do. Okay, sorry. Oh, Makarita. Okay. Thank you. I just didn't want to say your name and say it wrong, only because, you know, it's not that I can't read it. It's just I get a little bit nervous. That's all, because I don't want to disrespect your name and say it wrong. Yeah, most of I don't even want to say that because I feel like that's actually wrong, because there's a lot of really good readers out there, but a lot of them, their intention is for you to come back, so they will feed on your insecurities. Some of them are they're just card readers. They're not. They may not actually be intuiting anything. Like for me, I was always intuitive. Always. If I think back, right back to the beginning when I was like 17, when everything started to come in, I always had a connection with spirit. So it was only through life that it all stopped. And I said, you know, you get told that it's not real, and then you just start believing it. Yeah, then you just believe that everything that you sort of picked up on wasn't real. Plus, you got to go through an empath stage, eh? You got to learn to be clairsentient, which is learning to master your empathic ability. All right, Makarita. Yeah, I felt that in my heart chakra for you, Margarita. That was a big sigh. In the world, not of the world. Divine intervention. Yeah, you're emerging. Yep. Intuitive gifts, you already know that, right? When I say that to people about intuitive gifts, they already know. Yeah, you've had to go through a lot of stuff too, because that ain't an easy ride to go down, deep into the ocean of emotion and look at our monsters that linger there. This is how I used to describe it, going deep and dark into that ocean of emotion, which is a choice to heal. Because some of us, we choose not to go. We rather stay shallow and not choose to look. Okay, I'll probably repeat these stories because that way it allows you to know. So I always give a bit of myself when I share, because it triggers my memories and thoughts, and that's the only way I can explain it. But when I went through a deep healing or into a dark space or a growth space, I had to learn to face my ultimate fear, which was the shark in my ocean of emotion. And the shark was an energy that always reminded me that I had stuff sitting there underneath the surface that I was afraid to look at. So I used to have dreams about these sharks chasing me. They'd just pop out of anywhere, and it wouldn't even be anywhere near water, but a shark would pop out to remind me and to scare me and to frighten me. And not that I'm saying these sharks there. You have to realize that you've been going through a lot of DNA upgrades, so you may have been doing a lot of intergenerational healing, which is what a lot of us that are choosing to use our intuitive gifts are doing. Māoris, I'm just going to say this, Māori, if you're Māori, which we all know, and I'm not just because I'm a Māori, but Māoris are innately intuitive, naturally, because if you look at the culture, spirit is in everything we do, so it makes sense that when we decide to choose to use our gifts, we become very heightened very fast in our spiritual abilities. And I feel like for you, you had to go through a very strong, hard healing phase, but you're starting to emerge out of that space. So a healing phase is a dark period, a growth period, and that's where we face our fears. And it's like facing fears is different for everyone, but for you, it's like you're finally taking that first breath, breathe it in, that freedom of emerging out of like a very strong current as well, like being pulled out in a riptide, you got pulled out there. You don't want to go deep, but it was like life gave you no choice but to go that way. Life gave you no choice but to take you out in that riptide and drag you way the hell out there in the ocean of your emotion. And you mastered it. And now you're going into the flow of, sort of like coming through the current and emerging out and taking that first breath. And it's a beautiful feeling. It is. It's like I can finally breathe. It's like all the weight gets lifted off, off your chest. Because I felt like for me, I felt that in my heart chakra when I took a breath and said your name. So you may have had a heart chakra awakening or clearing or realignment in that space, or just come into the knowledge of something very powerful that moved you. And I think for you, you have to realize that I want you to acknowledge to yourself how far you've come. Like this was a reading that came forward earlier, but it resonated with a lot of people. You have to realize how far you've come, and that you've come out different too. It's changed you. I hope this makes sense, because you've emerged as something else, somebody else, and breaking free. That's that intergenerational trauma, right? We all go through ancestral healing, breaking free of that pattern that everybody else has followed, and you're emerging as yourself, as your own, I want to say entity, your own foundational beginning. It starts with me, is what I'm getting from you. But I like the way you think. Like it's kind of fearless too. Like I don't want to get on your bad side. And you've had to go through a lot of stuff. Like you got here, I can show you this one, diving for the light, number 11. And in the world, not of the world. Sorry, I have to put fingers on them because that's the emerging, right? Learning to be yourself authentically, and coming out of the emotions. Like if you think about it, diving for the light is in the ocean. So the seahorses represent strength, and not just strength on the shoulders, that's support for me, but your truth and your knowledge, strength of the mind, and then allowing you to emerge and take your first breath. It's like almost being born again, if that makes sense, a rebirth of yourself and emerging as you, breaking free from the current of everyone else, in the world, not of the world, becoming your own entity, your own being, your own foundational beginning. Because you're just ready to engage into a different space, and hopefully that makes sense. I just think, yeah, you've gone through a lot, and to acknowledge that for yourself. I want to say you've hardened, but you've hardened in a way that's positive, in your mind, like hardened, more of a very strong presence of knowing when it comes to how you think and what's yours, and what you may have very strong discernment. Thank you very much. Strong discernment when it comes to your focus. I feel like your focus focus. You know, I think for you, you've had a very long stage of being taken by the current of others, and now choosing to stand on your own 2 feet after doing a lot of healing. So, yeah, divine intervention, something must have happened. I feel like that's a heart chakra awakening and an emergence into your spiritual gifts. So, yeah, use them wisely and with love. Okay? Right, thank you, Makarita. Yes, thank you. Hopefully that made sense and gave you clarity. Oh, awesome. That's cool. I'm glad when it makes sense, because sometimes they just give me stuff and then I've got to, you know, interpret through how I have experienced it. You're very welcome. Okay. Little blue, Ixu. Little blue, Ixu, you. Sorry. Okay, you're there. I see you. Okay. It's weird because I'm using your fellas. Unless you give me your real names, I've actually got to use your. Oh. Who's next? No, I'm just going to do Little Blue. I'm sorry, Lily. I will do you as well. Was Lily? Sorry, now I'm going to get confused. I'll do Little Blue. Sorry. But it's weird, yeah. Like I said, I have to use your usernames, but it still works. So I just took the name, or I visualized myself speaking into a large pond of water. And I wait for them to answer back. Alright. So the breathing allows me to get into my heart chakra, and it allows me to intuit better. And it relaxes me to your guys' energy. You've got a lot going on, Little Blue. Oh, Lily. Oh, are you? Okay, Lily. Sorry. Oh, that's awesome. Kiwi accent from Aotearoa. You've got a lot going on. It's an interesting, you got a whole bunch of cards that came out all at once, but together. So I feel like you're having to deal with certain situations all at once, which is probably why you need guidance at this time. But you have to actually, I'm just going to get this is coming in really fast, so I don't know if your energy is, or you took fast. But you've gone through a learning curve. You've gone through a lot of stuff. You might have gone into areas that you were told not to. This is an energy. Or, you know, it's sort of like, I had a dream. That just came in really loud. I had a dream. And you were guided elsewhere, off the beaten path. You've gone through a lot of healing. I want to say you've gone through a very strong healing phase. All of us are going to be in attunement with each other, alignment with each other, because that's the energy. But like a learning phase too. Okay, they just said it wasn't just healing, it was also learning about things and how they worked, and about your family roots, and having to really, that might have been an emotional part too, really hard part to get through, was learning what happened, if that makes sense. And I think for you, okay, thank you. It says, even though you're having to deal with a lot of different elements right now, they want you to realize that you can trust and believe in your own discernment, because how you feel about things is usually on point. So you have really good discernment as well, very strong discernment, but you get a lot of higher guidance as well. So you may be someone that, I don't know if you meditate, but it feels like you like to get into the zone, is what I want to say. I like to get into the zone. You like to get into that vibe. I don't know if it's that zone, but I feel like that. But it may not be that. It just might just be in the zone. I'm just kidding. I don't know why I got like that, but it just got that, like, there is a bit of a party element to that energy. But it's like you like to get into the zone. I'm sorry if this is weird. And they said that you can trust your discernment because your gut instinct is really, really good. And if you're being guided away from what you generally would do or what is the norm, it's okay to follow. And it may not make sense right now, but it will. It will make sense to you. It will just almost like everything that wasn't connected will suddenly just go bloop, and you were like, whoa, what is that? Just all makes sense to me right now. So I feel like for you, even though you have a lot of stuff going on, you've gone through a very strong knowing, and like whatever it was that you learnt, I feel like that threw you a little bit, a bit of a wobble there. Might have gone through a strong phase, a little bit of a self-destructive phase, maybe. I don't know how much destructive can we get in lockdown, It's sort of, but it's sort of just like just a wobble is what they said. I hope this makes sense. But they're saying trust your gut, trust your higher guidance, trust what you feel is you've been guided to do because it's actually really correct for you. Here with heaven sent, you may have a spiritual energy that sits with you. That's why getting into the zone. You may have angelic presence. You may have angelic presence. So you may just see feathers a lot, butterflies a lot, things like that, like little signs and synchronicities. You may see a lot of numbers, matching numbers, but I feel like you've gone through a very strong learning phase in your life, and that you can trust yourself and trust your gut. Like a lot of us have to learn to do that, We have to learn to trust ourselves, and that we can actually do what we need to do, and that we're actually doing the right thing for ourselves. We just have to trust it. And even though it may not make sense, everything will just connect at some point. And it's more about just having patience and allowing spirit to do its work in your life and welcoming them in too, if that makes sense too. That you can actually welcome them in and not be afraid of them to come in and do their work for you. Because a lot of us have to learn to get out of the way. Because, like spirit wants to help you. They want to help manifest things for you. But we have to learn to step back and allow them to come in, because we're so used to doing it for ourselves or having some type of control there. So, yeah, thank you, Lily. Oh, cool. We like that. That's also, I'm glad that made sense to you, because sometimes I just waffle on and I say that too. I always say I worry about it. Hi, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, that's right. You can trust all of us. It's sort of like half of our issue is learning that we can actually trust ourselves. Like when it comes to not knowing what the energy is saying to us, we'll just close it all down, close down the thinking mind, get into the heart chakra and just sit for a moment. And if it still comes to mind, like that's what I do sometimes when I get messages that I'm not too sure about whether I want to share them, I'll actually sit with that energy and that thought quietly, before I don't just see people and I just got told from spirit, and then they come in, and it's like, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of that, it's sort of like you have to learn to understand what that actually means to you. And I know it's like cool to bring out these really deep things and that are life-changing for a lot of people, but also you have to realize the influence that your words have and the responsibility that you have to share that message without distorting it with the ego, with the mind, with the expectations of others, and the responsibility that a lot of people will feel here to be spiritual. Because I'm not more spiritual than you. I'm not more spiritual than anyone at all. There is no difference in who we are. We're just at different stages of our healing. It doesn't make me better than, any of you when it comes to spiritual spaces. So we have to realize that there is no elitism when it comes to spirituality, and that the only person you can trust is yourself. So let's, oh, thank you. Very welcome. Sometimes I'm in tune, sometimes I'm not. Like, I have had days too. Like, I was actually really hesitant about doing the live because my energy, because I'd had done that reading, and my energy was, it took me a while to recuperate from that reading, that tarot reading that I did today. It actually put me in a very deep emotional space, but I've been going through a lot of inner child healing and releasing. So, okay. Hoana. Am I saying it right? I like your name, by the way. Okay. Okay, guys, I know I talk a lot. I'll try and... let's get into it. It's weird because I just got, you know how it's like, you watch some meditating people when they're meditating, they're just like peace, like that. That's what I heard in my head. Peace, like, you might do a lot of affirmations for yourself. Get into the space, say the word, like that vibration. What was that? God, sorry, I have to bring this forward. Anger management, that movie Anger Management, through like, it was a thing that, did anyone ever watch that? With Jack Nicholson and Adam Sandler, and he had a phrase, goosebrows, and they threw goosebrows away, and they would say it when they would meditate or something like that. That just popped into my mind. Sorry, I just had to say that. I don't know why that. Maybe we should watch that. But it was just like that. It was like that vibe, Don't take it all too seriously, but healing is a serious business. Ooh, okay. So you got shock of the new. So yeah, you're learning to find your voice as well. Like, for you, I'm getting a lot of stuff, and I can see, I want to sing, but my throat chakra. That's what I said. You're finding your voice, and you're having to learn to be brave to find your voice, to speak outwards. And I feel like you're not a shy person, but when it comes to, it may not be a spiritual thing, but when it comes to your emotions, it may be hard to speak your truth to people because you're very aware of their feelings and stuff like that. But I feel like you're getting more motivated to speak out more, and I don't mean it in a negative way, but in a way that is a lot more powerful to you. Find your voice, yeah. And it might shock a lot of people too, when you start speaking your mind, speaking your truth. And because the thing is, you're starting to get a lot of intuitive stuff come in. You're getting a lot of messages for yourself, That's like I said, you might be getting into the zone and actually hearing words coming forward. But like many other people, we're trying to learn to discern is this my voice or is this the voice of spirit? Am I crazy? That's always the big one. Am I crazy? I always say this all the time. I think I'm crazy. I think I'm going crazy because such and such said this, and it's like, for you, yeah. But this is the stage of your healing that you're at. This is where you're at. So you already initiate your heart chakra. You're a very deep and loving person, a very kind and loving person. And the next chakra up, learning to speak. Now the throat chakra is actually, for me, was a hard chakra to open because I had to clear up my solar plexus. It's weird, it's just the way it worked, to initiate into learning how to speak my truth. And also light language. That was an interesting learning curve. So I don't know if you are into light language or soul language. where you're just saying words from your heart. I feel like there's a lot of music, so you might actually be a singer, or you might be learning to find confidence to sing again. You know, it's sort of like that. Yeah, there's a lot of music in your vibration, so your vibration is, you know, quite a high vibration. You might use music to change, to get into the zone, you know, to change the mood for you. But there's a lot of intuitive stuff coming in, and you're just learning discernment. And it's sort of like I said, you know, like trust everybody, but also trust your own voice. Trust that you can discern which voice is yours. Yeah, follow your own rhythm. See, what's up with music and that with you? I heard binaural rhythms, so you might like listening to those types of. You're going through change, because I just pulled number 5 and number 6, and I can't really show you this card, but I will, because it has not fully closed. But it is when it shows, you know, openness there, it talks about vulnerability, being open, being willing to almost be, you know, something completely different with Chakra than you, something completely different to what everybody knows of you. Because when you follow your own rhythm, you become authentic to you, to your soul, to your own frequency. And that is a part of the journey, you know. I feel like you know this. I think you just needed some confirmation. Yeah, keep singing. I feel like you like music. And dance. Like that's how you display your artistic ability, is in music and dance, and it lifts you. And the thing is, now you have to also bring in your truth, and that's like it's a hard barrier for you to get past when it comes to your emotional space. But when you just allow it to come out, it'll just come out. It's sort of, that's what it says, like, follow your own rhythm. And it might freak people out, it might even freak you out. But when it gets released, that energy of letting it go is so much more rewarding. And I think for you, it's sort of like, you know, that you're just ready for something new in yourself. You know, the old way has not served you. What is it like knowing you're living a lie? I don't know what you mean by that. But yeah, I just feel like that's how it is. You know, people have to find their own rhythm, their own space to learn and grow. And we're like in a place now in the world that if we don't change with it, we're going to get stuck in old paradigms. You know what I mean? We get stuck in old ways, and a lot of us do not want that at all. We're ready to change. And I just feel like that's where you're at. Just confirmation to know you're on the right path and you're doing exactly the right things, and to keep up that vibration. Change is not easy. That's why the shock, but I feel like, boom, something's opening up for you. And yeah, just embrace it. Embrace your authenticity, your uniqueness, you know, your natural state. I live on Venus, and yet you're right here on Earth. If you've come in to troll, go away. Yeah, you just give yourself a bit of time and a bit of patience. That's all. We all want to get it done so fast, we don't give ourselves time at all. But we've got all our lives, you know, and some of us, we get to this age and we're like, oh my God, you know, I don't have time. But you do. You have enough time to get through everything and do what needs to be done without rushing. It's a human nature to rush and manifest now. We need to manifest it now, but it's not the case. When we do big shifts, those take time. We go through transitional periods, and then we have to adjust. So, you know, give yourself time. You'll get there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hopefully that brought you clarity on your situation and confirmation. Yes, that word does rhyme with Venus. Okay. Yeah. The thing is, I do, but I attune myself daily. It's a committed practice that I do. That's the thing, is that I every morning, and after this at night, I'll still go outside and ground down and let go. So I have to I have to really commit to keeping myself grounded, and I do it with integrity, because for me the ethical side of spirituality is important, and I only like to give the authentic teachings that I've taken on in my life. So that's why I give from my experience, like the stories that I share, or that I've, things that I've actually come across, because of that. Because I can't speak about something that I don't know, and it has to be ethically, because it's just I've got this thing about, if you're not genuinely you and speaking from the heart space, then people are going to see that, and you're creating that energy of illusion. And healing, as much as it is rewarding, is very dark at times. So what I have for me is that I do have a lot of light, natural light, inner light, but I also have a lot of darkness, because it's the balance, right? I've had to learn to balance it, the light and the dark within me, to actually be able to walk that line in the middle of knowing, because a lot of our intuition comes from the dark spaces, the unseen spaces, the subconscious, and we've been taught all our lives that the darkness is a negative, but it actually is neither good nor bad. It just is. And so is the light, but it also helps the light too. It amplifies the light. So in extreme darkness or a growing phase, your light is more illuminated because the darkness is there. So love and light, yes, but I will always acknowledge the darkness as well. And not in the representation of negative energy, but in a representation of growth energy. So I just look at energy different, but it's not different. It's just interpreted through me differently. That's just how I see it. Because the feminine is always attached to the darkness, right? The divine feminine is always attached to the darkness, the yin and the yang. And I would hate is a strong word. I would not like to attach negative energy to the divine feminine. It's chaotic energy, yes, but also loving and nurturing energy as well. Okay, sorry, who's up? I missed. I just wanted to pass that on because I feel like I've got to share it sometimes, and I've got to get the thought out. Kia ora. Hi, I'm just going back really fast. I got the confidence. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, water. I've got my fan on because it's a little bit hot here. And I talk a lot. Okay. Sorry, Hoani, I missed who was next. I think, and thank you, Hoani, for being awesome and patient. Okay, Serena. Okay, hello. All right. Ooh, I heard a song. So, take another little piece of my heart now, baby. What's that song? So, we'll see what that means. Yeah. You know you, if it makes you feel good. I don't know all the words. Okay. Yeah, okay. You got softly, the tender touch. So, yep, you've had to learn some hard knocks. not loud. You're getting a lot of music too. I like it when I get music. And inspiration, number 3. So yeah, okay, thanks. It's weird because I just got a really strong throbbing in my head because I feel like for you, something's really been a headache, you know, but you're just releasing a lot of stuff, and you're trying to stay positive too, which I really love. Someone that's going through immense pain, well, maybe not even immense, but emotional stuff, and it's really taken a toll on you, but still choosing to be graceful in this moment, like in this situation. I feel like you might have gone through a heartbreak just because of the song, but it could be just a little bit deeper than that. There could be a family loss. It could be something like that, because I feel loss. And I feel like for you, you've had to really overcome that. So softly, the tender touch is when you're learning a lot more about self-care as well. You're learning a lot more about loving yourself and speaking positive words to yourself. I don't know if this makes sense, let me know. And it's sort of like for you, it's been quite an eye-opener as well. It's been allowing you to tune in more to yourself, which is positive. So there's a lot of self-love and self-healing going on. And you have a lot of divine light around you with the softly, the tender touch. But it's also at the same, like it's weird because I feel like it's emotional, but they're all teachable moments, you know? It's sort of like, if that makes sense. You're breaking patterns. You're breaking patterns for the way you think. So you might have thought, might have gone through, okay, they're showing me a lot of different things. But I did what is that thing? If someone didn't choose you and it forced you to choose yourself, you're the one that won. I think that's what it was a video I put out. And it was just someone talking, and I used the sound. So I think that you've had to go, you went through something, you lost somebody. I feel like I want to say lost somebody. And then you've had to learn how to love yourself in a positive way. You're doing it in a really good way, in a way that allows you to release and clear really fast, which allows for healing to come in. But it's like short-lived is what I heard. So you'll get through, you'll go through a big, strong shift, but you're not really reaching a plateau where you get to enjoy that before Spirit starts shifting you again. Because what they're trying to do for you, because of the type of energy that you have, you're somebody that, because with this inspiration card, it's a Queen Bee card, okay? So, and it's not so much that you can, okay, thank you. Okay, I'm getting a lot of stuff coming in for you, so you must be getting a lot of stuff coming in for you too, right? Because your crown chakra is opening, your third eye, crown chakra is opening. I just want to go like this because I'm feeling pressure here, and I know what that means to me. So you're getting a lot of stuff. Positivity has been really working for you, aiding in your healing learning. They want to push that word together, healing learning, because I feel like for you, you learn, you heal, and then as soon as you think, oh, I can breathe again, they go, learn, heal, like it's fast. It's one after the other, because they're trying to get you in the right space to be vibrationally open to other people, because your type of energy helps to inspire others around you, the people around you. It might be a work environment, it might be a home environment, but wherever you go, you have this really great energy. So that also means you attract a lot of negative people too, because moth to a flame, you know how it is. When you turn on your light, all the broken people come running. That's how it goes. And it's not because they want to drain your energy. It is because you have light and they're lost. And they need people like you in the world to be healed, because you have to know your darkness to be able to deal with anyone else's darkness. And dark is a growth space, remember? So you have to realize for you, the reason why they're just putting you one after the other, because you might have actually said, I'll just like throw your hands up in the air and go, like I'm getting really sick of this. Like I'm trying to be positive, I'm trying to keep it going, keep it moving forward, and then you ain't giving me a break. I feel like you've actually given Spirit, a bit of a growling sometimes, you know, like you just, I'm like, God, I've done a lot, you know, I've done a lot, and I'm just, why do you keep doing this to me? Because they want you to get into that space, because wherever you're supposed to go, it's going to make things grow. So you have Empress energy. Empress energy is the energy of growth, of nurturing, of creativity. So wherever you go, things grow. And that's why Spirit is moving you through a fast healing journey. So you'll accelerate really fast. And that's a hard thing, because that's what happened to me. Same as me. I went from not being healed to had to heal everything all at once. And though it's been a few years now down the track, what really put a lot of people off when I first started coming into the spiritual scene, I suppose, the scene, was that how fast my gifts advanced. Because at first I had, my auntie had said that I had the gift of transference. So if I came into people with gifts, into their presence, I would absorb their gift. And it wasn't because I was stealing it. It was because their gift was awakening my gifts, because I had more than one. So I feel like for you, it's the same for you. We have to realize that we're not gatekeepers. We're gate openers. And gate openers allow people, that's why you, this person, not the bees, you go into a space and you help open other people's gifts, and then bring them into the awareness that they have these gifts. I know this may be a lot. You may be thinking, oh, I'm not ready for this, but you were made for it. That's what I'm getting for your energy. Yeah, thank you. I hope that makes sense, actually. Because sometimes that's what we need, you know, we need to recognize that we're gate openers and not gatekeepers. We don't keep the energy for ourselves. We don't keep the secrets. We share them. And then we help people recognize that in themselves. And that allows more healing and more people to go through those stages faster, because they're given the tools by the people that can help them. And yeah, welcome to my world. Okay. Awesome, that's awesome. Thank you. That really came in really fast and clear, and I like that when it's nice and clear like that. Yeah, that's so cool. Oh, I'm glad that's helping you too, Gayleen. Because it is, like I said, there's a lot of us that are in similar situations, and even though you may not have a reading, the readings. Okay, who's next? Is it Shawnee? Oh, you're very welcome. Is Shawnee next? Oh. Sorry guys, I'm getting a little bit talking too much and I'm missing. Okay, Kirsten, Holly, one next. Oh, kia ora. Okay, Kirsten. Kirsten? I'm here, okay. I just like used to be here because then, that way I have permission, that's all. And then Shawnee. Okay, you're next, Shawnee. Another one, you're trying to find your voice too, Kirsten. I feel tightening in my throat. It was hard to swallow, like I'm not so much trying to, it's like I want to say something but I just can't, and I don't know what that means for you, but instantly went into my throat chakra. Let's see what spirit is. Oh. Yeah, sacred 4. Okay, I can't really show this one, but I'll try. I got banned last time, so I have to cover up all the bits, you know. So you may be dealing with someone that is highly manipulative. And you've had this particular card talks about strategic moves, and that people underestimate your ability of knowing. So I feel like for you, you've had to deal with a narcissistic type of person in your life, where you've had to walk on eggshells, and they've often used you as the butt of their jokes, you know, to diminish you, to bring you down. But they've underestimated your ability to adapt and to understand and know and almost sidestep. It's almost like, weirdly enough, I just want to say, it is almost like you've almost, I don't want to say that but they want me to say it that way, adapted your whole personality to be able to navigate through negative things. And it's almost like, you know, with ballet, because she's got pointed toes, that's all I want to say. So down the bottom she has pointed toes, right? Ballet, they have to, you know, it looks all very graceful on the outside, and they're doing their pirouettes and they look beautiful and they're just gliding along or whatever, but their toes, like they have to train their toes, and their toes are like jammed in. So even though it may look nice on the outside, on the inside, that pain, they're having to deal with pain. And it's sort of like, for you, you keep a very good outward demeanor, but there's always this energy of pain coming through, or just like this inner pain. You don't show it in your face, you don't show it in everything you do, but there's this element of pain coming in. And I feel like it's sort of just like, because you've had to deal with such this person, yeah, this person was very dominating. Does this make sense to you? Very dominating energy. Yeah. But that's, you know, okay. And you've had to reach out for support. I feel like you had to break free from the situation and find support. And it's been really hard for you, because I think it's really shocked your foundational space. Like, I don't know if this is a parent or a partner or a friend. So it can be anything, or even a manipulative person at work that's really had to make you find some support, or other like-minded people that understand your situation. And what I mean by it's really shaken the foundational space for you is that I don't usually read the oracle cards upside down. Okay, 44, even though that is about, for many it can be about balance and that, but for me, fours always represent family, foundation, home, things like that. So when it came up upside down, I wanted to correct it, but they said no. And I think for you, it got really, really dark. I don't know, I want to say that, because you weren't too sure, like it was all you ever knew, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I mean. But that's what I mean about the ballerinas. They hold themselves well. You wouldn't even know that they were in pain. You wouldn't even know. But it's sort of like, now you're getting to a space where you now have to create your own future, because it's different from what you've envisioned, or what has been envisioned for you from someone else. Like, it's sort of like, now I have all the power in my own hands. You know, I can now create my own future, my own reality. You know, my own career. Okay, thank you. You can still lean on people to help you and support you in this time. I think community is the right space for you right now, community, because it'll replace what you've lost, or what has been taken away from you in spirit. Taken away from you in your life, and spirit wants to come in and show you that you still have support here, there and here, to help you through. Because I feel like for you, the future is it's just a little bit cloudy, and you might need guidance there. But like I said, I don't read future things, but I think for you, you have a lot of supportive people that want to help you, and it's their advice and their guidance that will help you more. And you might have to just open up a little bit to share, because it feels like you've had to create, like I said, a harder layer of trust. You know, like, it's hard to get to your trust, to trust people. Yeah, please no spamming, otherwise you'll be muted and not get a reading at all. Yeah, just feel like for you, you've had to Yeah, you've had to create a harder layer. You know, you don't just trust people. And that's conditioning, right? It's because sometimes we're taught that way, or we adapt our behavior to that, but sort of breaking free. And it's sort of like here with what is already with you. You see that? Like that? I love this card because it's sort of like saying you already have the right people in your life that can give you the right advice and the right resources to move forward. And yes, your future is not clear, but yeah, I said this once before. Would you want to know every step of the journey, or would you like to just live your life and experience it? And that's the journey itself, isn't it? It's actually trusting yourself enough to be able to have fun and do the things you want to do. You know, I think for you, all I want to say is just do what's right for you now. You can actually do that. You may not have known that you can. And it's sort of like rebuild what you may have lost or what may have been taken from you. Yeah. Sorry, I can hear someone outside my door. Yeah, because I feel like for you, it's sort of just like a new higher learning kind of journey going on. Yeah, that's all I can get for you. That's all I'm allowed. All I'm allowed is what they said. Like I said, just a harder layer of trust. So it's sort of, to go deeper would be a little bit more uncomfortable. But yeah, I would say nothing's written in stone. So you can now create what you need to create and bring forward a better foundational beginning for you in these days forward. Yeah. I feel like you have the right people to really get involved with a community of people that are quite supportive to you or understanding or like-minded as well. Thank you very much. Hopefully that helped and gave you clarity. Yeah, that was the sacred fool is always a hard one because we all deal with negative people or dominating people in our lives, and it's it's hard to break out of the conditioning that we get so accustomed to, like behavior wise, and then when we sort of get into the space of freedom, then we have to go and chart unknown territory, and that can be quite scary at times. So hopefully that helped. Hi. Okay. Who's next? Shawnee next. Yeah, you're right. But that was hard. That was hard to tap into your energy towards the end. It ebbed right out. So I feel like you might be a little bit low on energy at this time. So the energy exchange was hard to hold. And it sort of just ebbed right out there. So hopefully what I did bring forward helped you. Oh, hi, honey. All right. Shawnee. Shawnee. Oh, thank you for the follow and likes, guys. I appreciate you. I know, she's the best moderator. Oh, that's awesome, Kirsten. I'm happy. Thank you, guys. I know I'm very lucky to have Hawani here helping me moderate. That allows me to do readings and move through you guys. Otherwise, if I had to manage, anyone who knows me in my life knows I'm terrible at organization. I'm more chaotic energy, right? Creative energy. So I'm like everywhere. And it gets really hard to focus when I'm getting distracted by, well, not distracted, but drawn away by spirit. Shawnee? Shawnee? Oh, Shawnee was here too. Did you say you were here? Hi, Riri. You have to refer to the moderator. Intuitive Weaver, please. I know there's a lot, guys. There's a lot of people on the list. And I know I waffle, which means I talk a lot. Shawnee? Shawnee was here. Shawnee here? Yeah. Still here. Okay, great. I just used to be here, like I said, so I can get permission to move in and have a look. Okay, Shawnee, I gotta really tune into you. Ooh. Ooh, I've had a little wobble there. She feels she knows. Oh. Okay. Yours wanted to come out in a rush. Yeah, I feel like literally you've been through a wobble. How do I describe a wobble? A wobble is when we've, like a fluctuation in the force, you know, a disturbance in the force. So you might be someone that's generally pretty, but it's growth. I'm getting a lot coming in. There's a lot of growth. It's a lot of growth for a lot of people. You know, wobble, like a wobble. I'm just kidding. Wobble. Weird. An emotional wobble, thank you. So, yeah, you've been stuck in a lot of negative thought patterns, or you might have been stuck in one. Gone hermit mode. That's all weird. I'm going to say this. Your cards are number 22, number 4, and number 2. Yeah, okay. Alright. So, you've had an inner calling to do some healing. Hopefully this makes sense, let me know. And Spirit has been asking you to go within because you have to learn to trust yourself. Now, this is going to be a big thing. Trust is a big thing that our whole collective is having to learn right now. Trust in yourself. Trust in the universe. And what is that word? Pronoia. John, one of my followers, he told me this word is where someone believes the universe is working for you, conspiring for you. And I think you have to realize that Spirit sometimes, I'm going to do it, smashes you into a space that you don't want to go, because this is how it's being described to me. It feels like this. Boom. Heal. You know, the Holy Spirit activate kind of stuff. I was like, boom, heal, giving you no choice but to heal. And that's because it's asking us all to raise our vibration so we can lift the shadow off of our collective consciousness. And we're all individually going through these wobbles, okay? And now, oh my, even me, I had a wobble today, like I said. And you're feeling it, and you're dealing with it, and you're learning to trust it. And that's really hard when you're so used to not being able to trust people or anything or yourself. Like, trust is a tool that we're taught, a skill, not a tool, but it is a tool that we can use to help ourselves, because when we trust ourselves more, we become more aware of solutions that help us heal things in our life. So I don't know if this is making sense for you, but you got smashed into a space of healing, pretty much. They didn't give you any choice. They didn't ask for permission, and usually they do, but this is the universe that usually acts upon free will. But what they wanted to do was to move your vibration. They wanted to move your vibration so you didn't get left behind. Because I don't know if anyone believes in the splitting of the earth, but it's not so much the splitting of the earth, it's the reality changing. So a lot of people are stuck in the old paradigm. A lot of people will be moving into the new paradigm where healed people see healed versions of the world, And for you, they want you to go there. They want you to heal. They want you to learn to trust yourself a lot more, to be able to use that to create solutions in your life and to raise your vibration enough so you don't get left behind, because you don't want to be left behind, do you? You don't want to get left behind. You want to be with everyone else that's going that way. That is a calling to you, isn't it? Spiritual space. Everyone's getting called. It's almost like they're saying, last call, for those people that want to come now, catch the train now. Yeah, people all over the world, join hands, It's a collective consciousness healing, and you're part of it. And if you thought you weren't, you very much are. And it's a knowing too. When you start trusting and believing that the universe is actually helping you, even though it may not feel like it at times, but healing isn't easy. It's actually really hard. But when you learn that you're going through a healing phase, it's a good time to just go within and slow everything down and let it do what it needs to do, And I say a lot about manifesting. We have to let Spirit actually come in and do the work instead of just clicking our fingers and thinking that we're going to get it straight away. It needs to be realistic. Some people, they say, I did this in 24 hours, I got this, and that's awesome for them. But for the average person, we have to let it get out of the way to allow that manifestation to come forward. And I think for you, yes, a very hard phase of healing, but Spirit doesn't want you to get left behind. I want to say that, and I want to have a bit of a cry about that. Yeah, it makes me want to cry too, because I don't want you to get left behind either. And it's not like we're leaving anyone behind, That's the cool thing about family soul tribes, that all the right people will come forward to you to help you, to pull you forward when you need it the most. Pronoia. Thank you, John. Pronoia. The universe conspires to help you. And I think that's time for you to really start believing in that and trust yourself, because when you trust yourself, you'll trust the universe and what it wants to do for you in your life. So thank you, Shawnee. Hopefully that made sense. Yeah, angel numbers. Thank you, Shawnee. Yeah, me too. I've been seeing heaps. I just think, like, for me, when I see angel numbers and things like that, or just consecutive numbers, it's just allowing me to know that I'm on the right track. Something. But it also is a sign that you are manifesting. But I couldn't guarantee if it's what you want to be manifested. It might be what your vibration is to manifest. But yeah, I would say yes. Yes, it is usually a sign that you're on the right track, and that there is something in the energy around you that's coming towards you when you see a lot of numbers. Yeah. But I think we all are, aren't we? Carolina, are you there? Water. Thank you. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, thanks for that. That was good. I'm glad you brought that up, actually. Oh, yeah. Wobbles. We're all going to have them. The Earth has a wobble too. Isn't that interesting? In its orbit, it has a bit of a wobble. So maybe we're wobbling with the Earth because it's just a natural cycle. Okay? I'm glad that resonates. Yeah, I don't want you to get left behind. I want you to come too. Yeah. It's just the same. Like, for me, like, I know that there's a lot of meanings to angel numbers. You can always look them up too if you see a particular number all the time. But when I see that, I was like, okay, I'm good. I'm on the right track. I'm in the right space. I'm in tune, Okay. All right, we're ready. Okay, awesome. I see you. Who's been giving you a hard time? I just had a throb in my head, like I get a headache, and that means someone's been giving me some negative thoughts, you know, like not you, but like in your energy, someone might be giving you a headache because they're making you, yeah, okay, yeah, giving you a hard time mentally, like, how do I say mentally, like setting you into a mind loop or a pattern of negative thinking. Just for Kararaina. Okay, yeah. So you have releasing allegiances. I can't show you the whole card, but there's definitely a vulnerability happening right now with you, a change. And love, that's my love hurts, love stings. Releasing allegiances, end of a cycle, letting go of an old cycle, or letting go of people, places, situations that hurt. And this is also a space where you have to rest and restore your energy. And you have to learn, it's almost like, okay, you've had to learn to live with the pain. You know, like I've lived with the pain of this for a long time. And it hurts sometimes. You know, it's sort of like where you're going into a space of self-nurturing. Thank you. Self-nurturing. So you've had to let go of things that didn't resonate anymore with releasing allegiances. And Spirit is saying you've come to the end of that cycle. That has been a tough cycle, but it is for everybody in their own unique way. And here we have come to life, which I love this. Okay, I love this. This is where you decide to step out of playing the mind games. I'm not playing these games with you. I'm not playing these mind games with you. That's what I heard. And you're learning you again. You're learning you. You're learning that you are the creator of you. And it could be. I mean, it could just be conditioning as well. It could be, yeah, well, mind loops are usually where something triggers us and then we start thinking negative thoughts about ourselves and we get stuck in there and it can give you a headache. But I feel like someone's giving you a hard time, but it could also mean like someone gave you a memory that has created this pattern, you know, or triggered it. It might not have been intentional. They could have been talking about, remember that time when we were but it triggers a negative memory for you or a negative pattern of thought. But it could be from yourself. You could have been listening to music, you could have been watching TV or a movie, and it could trigger that way as well. We have to learn our triggers to be able to heal, so we can understand why we start thinking a certain way when something maybe even unconsciously triggers us. But here with Come to Life, there's a lot going on in your energy, but it's sort of like this is where we start to step out of the pattern of negative thinking and stop playing the mind games, stop letting the monkey mind. So the monkey mind is like our conditioned mind. So we learn to take over that space and use our thinking mind, or not our thinking mind, but our intuitive space. Yeah, subconscious. Okay, thank you. Because I'm wondering why they're showing me this. They're showing me a circle, but it's like coming full circle, but in a way that's more productive to you. So you're learning to balance your logical mind with your intuitive mind, because they can be very conflicting spaces. So your logical mind moves within what you know and what makes sense, and your intuitive mind moves within illogical meanings. So it's sort of like, I don't understand what this means to me, and I know what this means to me. You know, it's sort of like this, and you're learning to balance that, because in the end, it's just a growing phase for you. I'm stuttering already. You're going through a growing phase. I'm getting a lot of energy come in for you. It's interesting. I'll be able to actually tell them to back off. But you have very strong spirit guides, I would say. They do. It's weird because they're not they're not allowing me to want to see too much into this card. So I think for you, this is a bit sensitive, but there's something that you're trying to release. Yes, okay. So I have to bring this in so this makes sense. Yeah, okay. So you're having to deal with a shadow energy. And I don't mean shadow as an actual entity, but the shadow of the mind, which is a mind loop, but we may recognize it as a negative voice that speaks. And this it gives us poor advice. So you have to learn to understand that you don't always have to listen to it, because I was wondering why it was giving me mixed messages, and it was causing me to stutter and drain my energy. Okay, and I'm not saying that you're a negative person, but like that's why I had a throb in the head. It was an interesting thing. What's happening to you right now is that you're having to confront a negative aspect of your personality, and we all have a shadow. I had one too, had a lot of control over me too. Don't get me wrong. And I had to learn to love it. We're always told that we have to cut it off of us and release it and throw it away, but that is you. It is you. The shadow is you. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it is a negative voice, because it's actually a protective voice, but we just interpret it that way, when we don't understand it. A rejected part of ourselves, or a neglected part of ourselves that needs and yearns to be heard. But because it's sort of like we have to realize that our shadow, because it doesn't get the attention it wants, it's sort of like a little kid too, and so it will be immature a little bit. So it'll create defenses, and like I'm the king of the castle kind of thing, and it'll take the light. If this makes sense to you, it'll take the light, and it'll tell us self-destructive thoughts. And every now and then the shadow sneaks in, and it'll say things. And I feel like for you, it's like your shadow wants to help you, but a lot of the times it hinders you. That's why I thought it was someone else, but it's almost like another you, another person, like an alternative personality, which we all have from time to time. So don't ever feel like this is shameful, because it's not. It's not shameful to have a negative energy or a shadow energy. It just requires healing and understanding and love. But what's happening is that you're being asked to grow. You're being asked to change patterns, and your shadow is afraid to change, because it's taken the wheel for so long. It's driven the car that you're traveling in for a long time. And the thing is, with growth, we have to change. We have to choose to move into new ways of thinking and feeling and doing things. And we might struggle sometimes with negative thoughts. But like I said, when we recognize that it comes in, you have to show it understanding. You can say, yeah, I can understand why I might be thinking this way. You might have very valid reasons why you might be thinking this way, but I want to grow. I want to heal. I want to change. And it's just having those conversations that are difficult with yourself. The healing starts within. I could give you a million things to help you and suggest you, but you have to choose the healing. It cannot be forced. And your shadow is not a negative thing. It is a negative function. But when you learn to understand it and appreciate it, it then works for you. It doesn't work against you. Right now it works against you because it feels threatened. It's like you have to realize it's sort of like it's a defense mechanism. And when you get asked to change and grow, Spirit will always ask you to change and grow, especially if you're feeling spiritual or interested in spiritual spaces. And with the energy that's happening right now, you have to change the patterns. And so it will hold on for dear life. And you have to realize that to face it and to love it and bring understanding and forgiveness to it allows it to work for you and not against you. Because you can't cut it off, because then you miss a piece of yourself. And if you want to be whole and healed again, you have to embrace it into your light. You transmute it into light. And that's how your shadow works for you. It fills up the spaces. And we have to understand that in times of change, our defense mechanisms will work harder for us. But if we look at it in a way of understanding, it's working for us, or we just have to give it a different role. So you transmute the roles into positive roles. You heal the mind, you heal the shadow. I don't know if that went a little bit far out there, but your shadow is ready to heal. You're ready to heal too. I think it's just time to say yes for yourself. Thank you. Very welcome. Forgiveness is not impossible. It's a choice. It's a choice. You could choose to hate and hold that hate forever, or you could choose to forgive it, let go and move on. You have to forgive yourself anyway. If you're into healing or wanting to heal, there has to be a space where you forgive all of you, because we've all made mistakes. We've all, I can only tell you from my perspective, when I had an energy come in towards me and touch me, and all that energy said to me was forgiveness. And I was like, wow, I really needed that right then. And that was learning to forgive myself for, for not being aware of things. Sorry, I can hear noises out there. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, forgiveness is possible, but you have to forgive yourself. Because sometimes we have to realize that we are simply unaware of the negativity we do to ourselves, to others. Like I talked in the beginning of this, I talked about my children having to grow up with me while I was unhealed, and I wasn't a good mum. I wasn't a great mum. I was very self-destructive in myself, and then I had to deal with my children, and I was not a great mum. And it's sort of like I had to forgive myself, and for not being the kind of mum that I am now. It's different because I'm healed and I'm more aware, and I learned to forgive myself because I created shame and blame, because I felt like I was, a mean mum. I had a lot of stress, guys, but it's no excuse, I know. But I had a lot of pain and suffering, and I was going through a lot of stuff, and my kids had to live alongside me, and it wasn't an easy journey for my kids. And then when I started to heal, it was okay. It made things better because I was seeing solutions for myself and for my children. Okay. Oh, that's a long name, bro. How do I say that? Oh God, I don't even want to pronounce that. Are you here? Oh, she's here? I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful to your name. Nathabi, okay. Hopefully I said that right too. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Gotta meet me in the middle, Nasabi. Gotta lift your vibration up a bit. Okay. I'm feeling a lot of heaviness in your solar plexus. Does that make sense to you? Okay. So I've just pulled out New Birth Guided Vigilantly. in visions of life beyond death. This one's coming out a lot today. I just pulled those out. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I got 3 different themes that came in, so I just asked for the main theme. And it's about supporting yourself through a new phase in your life. Having to bring in support. You know, I feel like you felt like you deserved more support, but in this time you've had to support yourself, and you had to keep it quite private, or it was very personal to you. I feel like you went hermit on a lot of people, or people that were important, and you went through a big change. So you've gone through what they call the evolution of the butterfly, but you haven't been able to celebrate it. You haven't been able to almost like, hey, look what I've done. Look at all the things I've done. You sort of started going through a space where you started to change and keep that quiet. I don't know why I want to say that, because I feel like you went like in this one it's showing me the hand, right? And for the other person I got this for, that was in support, but that was from another. But for you, this is actually self-support. Does this make sense? Because you've gone through a new stage in your life. You've actually come out of it like a... It's weird because I just said, won't you take me to Funky Town? Won't you take me to Funky Town? So I feel like you went through an experience that changed how you saw the world. And it's sort of like you want to celebrate that, but you can't, because it's sort of like, but it's still kind of a secret. But it changed you as an experience. Changed how you felt about things too. And you've had to keep that to yourself, and I think that's sad, because I think for you this is something that is actually really important. Like, it's like really important for you. It's almost like you should be shouting it out to the world, like, hey, I'm a butterfly. But then it's sort of like, but you've had to keep it small, and I hate that. I hate that for you. I hate that. I don't know, hate is a strong word. I really don't like that for you, because I feel like that should be celebrated. And here with visions of life beyond death, it's sort of like, okay, I like that. Thank you. It said, what I heard, the voice that speaks to me, one of my spirit guides, it said the universe is getting things ready for you. The universe is going to make it easier for you. So whatever you're transitioning into that you want to share, the universe is making it available soon. Because they want you to be celebrated. They want it to be celebrated. It's almost like a truth for you, like this is, oh my God, you know, like I never knew until now, and I want to tell everybody, but I can't. But the universe is like, that kind of energy should never be kept small. So yeah, I feel like everything's starting to align where this is going to allow you to show your true colours to the world. Yeah. Short and sweet, but hopefully that helped you and brought some clarity to your situation. Thank you very much. There was yeah, because that's all I was allowed, because you have to realize that, you know, Spirit looks out for you in many ways, and they only, like, I could try to push past your blockages or your spirit team, but that's just disrespectful to your energy. So it's almost like it's just like a glance. I just glance and see what I can see, what I'm allowed to see in that moment. So for some people it's a little bit longer glance, and for others it's a quick, short, sharp message, but it gets to the point. Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah. Water helps. I'm like sculling it now. I'll bring back the old days. Thank you, Hawani. Awesome. Samantha at sea. You're finally next. That's awesome. Oh, hang on. Next. Yes. 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 I see your name a lot. So. Samantha. Okay, Samantha. Thank you, Hawani. Yes. Great moderator. Yeah, I just feel funny. I just said, relax, just do it when you want to get to it. So you might have to relax a little bit more. You might have to just loosen up a little bit in the shoulders. You know, don't be too stressed out about things or feel tense about things or anxious about things. There's a tightening across my back. So it's not because I've got poor posture or anything, but it's more like it's when I get physical like signs like that, that's usually a sign that there's a tightening in your energy. And they just said that song, relax, just do it when you want it. Yep, okay, yep, very strong, okay. Okay. So here we have relax the hold of darkness, be it cause. Okay, for me, this particular card is the card of ancestral healing. This is where we go back to our roots and we heal what was broken, okay? And there's a bit of vulnerability in it, so this has not been an easy ride, but the ascension upwards will get easier because Spirit is actually creating a space where, you know, it's almost like I want to say the cream rises to the top, you know? You got to go through that evolution, being grass. I don't know why the show. Sorry. I'm going to have a laugh because of the way they just showed me. You do not want to know. But literally a farming process. It was like being on a farm. How the cow creates the milk. And then how you get the cream. Sorry. Sorry, I just saw farm. Sorry. Farming process of getting milk. I had to have a Google there. Sorry. My mind goes to weird places, I can tell you that. I can't get the cow out of my head for some reason. I just keep seeing this cow eating grass. But anyway, sorry. Relax the hold of darkness and be at cause. So for me, this is my black sheep card. This is the card where your ancestors choose you to do the healing for your family, for a long ancestral pattern that you've been going through for generations, and that through you, the chosen black sheep, which is actually the golden sheep, I like to say, you're the only person that can bring that, and I think that's a lot of responsibility. Like, it's a lot of responsibility. It's a lot of responsibility. Yeah, it just feels like it's more like, I feel like that's your sense of humor that came through. It was just like, you know. Yeah, I mean, I laugh, but I mean it's serious, but I can't stop giggling. Like, it's a, you know, you have a great sense of humor. Like, you see things on a different, like, it kind of is quite good with mine because I've got a bit of a dark sense of humor or wicked sense of humor. And, you know, innuendos and all, but in a good way. And it's sort of just like you've had a lot going on, you've had a lot of responsibility, if that makes sense. And so you've just taken it all in your stride. Yeah, because it's been a lot, and I think you already know that you're the person that's breaking the pattern, which is why you might be a little bit, what I call myself is like a little bit quirky and goofy, like it's a mix. I used to call myself a dork, and my brother loves to call me a dork. Yep. But it's sort of like because I wasn't book smart, and I wasn't, well, I was actually really good at sports, but I was sort of like a little bit offbeat too. So I was kind of more dorky, where I didn't quite fit in, and so I developed a bit of an inner sense of humour, if you can understand what that means. And it's sort of like, yeah, I feel like they're just showing me more about your personality, that you've just taken it in your stride, and it's not been easy. But Spirit wants you to know that you're being given the right knowledge. You'll be given the right knowledge at the right time to help you move forward. And that this burden or this responsibility will ease up, because you're actually going to get the right kind of support from someone. I think someone's going to start seeing things your way. I feel like you may have had to try to convince people, like they don't see it, but you see it. And I feel like the reason why you might have felt like an outsider is because you've seen it. And when you've tried to bring it forward, I don't know, I'm just talking. When you've tried to bring it forward, you've kind of didn't get the right response, and it made you step back. You know what I mean? It made you step back and think, okay, they don't want to see it. But I would say, I like your character, that you take everything in your stride, but it just would be nice to have some support. To have someone see it from your perspective without having to struggle with it. Like why is it, it's so, like it's so plainly obvious. How many innuendos can I crack? How many jokes can I make, before people just get it and see it from my perspective? Because I think for you, you willingly take this role because you understand that you're the only one that can see it. the pattern, it's a pattern. And that unique eyesight or skill of being able to see that, actually more like sense it. And then it's almost like you sense it. Sorry, this is, like some people get short, some people get long. It's almost like you can sense it and then you see it. It's like it confirms itself. Does that make sense? It confirms itself all the time. You'll sense it, this is going to happen, you almost know, and then boom, it happens. And you're like, they don't listen. That's what I'm getting. Yeah, which is weird. But it's your unique visual it's a skill, it's a knowing. And they want you to develop that. If that makes sense to you, for whatever this means to you, Spirit wants you to develop it more, because that benefits you in the long run and it gives you backing. And if this means that you stand out and if this creates you being the villain, which is not your intention at all, then they said let yourself be known as the villain, because when you prove them wrong or when you show them the pattern and they see it, they're going to understand you for once. And that will be a very rewarding thing for you. So, thank you, Samantha. That was I like your sense of humour. It's like quirky like mine, and I like it. It's like the art of mockery. It's sort of like borderline, but really, really funny. If you've got a dark sense of humour. Oh, it's really cool. Thank you for that. Thank you. And then that just ebbs off, doesn't it? It ebbs right out. It's almost like it comes rushing in, and It's a weird sensation because I can feel it come in and I feel the energy in me and then I feel the energy ebb off. Okay. Oh, Rakan? Yes. Sorry, I know there's a lot of people on the list. Sorry guys, I'm here. Rakan, oh yes. Oh, Rashani. Okay, sorry about that. I like her name. I suppose you get everyone say that too, eh? Say your name wrong. I have a daughter called Rashadi, so she always gets... Everyone ended up calling her Bacardi so they could remember her name properly. And she hates it because everyone always says her name wrong. Okay. Let's go. Rashadi. Okay. See what that means. Yeah, I thought so. Okay. So when I spoke into the water, so I imagine it, visualize a pond, right, as my intuition. And I looked into the pond and I spoke your name. They usually speak it back like I hear it echo. But when I looked into the pond, I saw an eagle or a bird. I feel like it's an eagle, but I know that we don't necessarily have eagles here in New Zealand, so it might be a falcon fly over the top of my head, like a bird, a spirit guide, or a symbol for you. I don't know if that makes sense or anyone. But yeah, you've got a very strong spiritual presence. You may already know this. Behind them, you got diving for the light, bring it into form, and behind the mind, the heart beats. So for me, there's a very strong spiritual awakening or spiritual vision that has entered your life, and you may be very drawn to following it. And I would say yes, follow the guidance of your energy, because it's taking you to a space. Like, here's the thing, here's a really cool thing, this is for everyone out there. We're all going to be getting drawn to our spiritual soul families, the ones that are still here on the earth, or at least to a space where we can connect with people like that. Because I feel like you are going into a space of knowing yourself, being really strong, because I'm getting shown DNA activation. So there's an activation of gifts, of knowing, of vision, of spiritual guidance coming through really strong for you, like really, really strong. So you're definitely an intuitive energy, a water element, or have water elements to you, like me, I'm a water element, right? So elementalists, where we use water, I use water as my intuitive space, so you may be the same. And I feel like for you, you're starting to access spaces that allow you to bring in more support, or you've heard a call, like a whale's song, like I'm getting a lot of different animals for you. And it's like you're a whale, sorry, we're going to go there, and you're in the ocean, you're in this big, huge ocean, and then all your life you've been going along, and you called out but never heard anyone call back, and then all of a sudden, at a distance, at a big distance, you've heard the call, and now feeling very drawn to go to it. And it's a little bit mind-boggling. I'm going to say that word because that's the word that came forward. It's a little bit mind-boggling because now you're having to work out the logistics of it all. How do I get from A to Z? How do I get there? How do I get to this? How do I go there? Like, there's a lot of questions and confirmation you want. But Spirit is saying, for me, when I saw that, I want to say falcon because we don't have those here in eagles. But if eagle resonates with you, it's about learning to see from a higher perspective, learning to see with clarity, and seeing the bigger picture. So if you needed answers to make a decision, your own strength and discernment is what you should trust, but they're asking you to ask yourself why you feel drawn to that. Like, you need to know the understanding of why for you. And I would say it's almost like triggered, something in you that's asking you more of yourself, more than you've expected from yourself. And that's important. It's soul evolution. And we are going to be super attracted to people that we are attracted to. And it doesn't matter where they live. If that doesn't make sense, then it's more about the type of personalities that you might resonate with more. Because it feels like it's in the distance. And it's sort of like you've had this song all your life and no one ever sung that song until the day you heard it echoed back to you, and now you're trying to find your way there. And I would say for you, you've had a lot of upgrades because you've moved into a space that's asked more of you, more about, it's almost like maybe you're trying to develop your powers of manifestation and expand your mind more, your vision more, your knowing more. Like, that's what I'm getting more of this, so that you can find your way through what seems to be uncharted territory. So you don't know if this person's on your current ocean, in the current of your ocean, or in a different current. Because it's weird that I'm getting it like that. Like, I just see two whales, but they're moving the same time, but they're like at a distance. They're not like, I can't put it in this, they're like not together. And it's just like, you're just getting drawn, to manifest this. Like, it's becoming more for you, more. And if you wanted confirmation, I would say yes, go with it. Why not? What do you lose by doing that? By experiencing life, something you might have actually wanted for yourself. And I just feel like for you, this is a soul connection. I don't know if it's love or if it's work or if it's a friend, but it's somebody or something that means a lot to you that may not be right here, right now. But that's not for long, because you're manifesting things to work out. And I would say you're pretty determined by that. But it's just knowing how it's going to happen, and I think you already know how to get there, you already know what to do. You just have to trust it. We all have to trust ourselves. But this is a deep soul connection that I want to say soul connection to a person or even to a vision that means something to you. So yeah, go with your guidance, because they're already showing you the way. They already showed themselves to me, saying that you've already been shown a path. You just have to zoom out and know why. Why do you want to go? Why do you want to go where you need to go? And those are questions for you, So hopefully that makes sense to you. And thank you very much. That was actually really nice to see that eagle go across. Fly like an eagle. Sorry, that song just came in because I said eagle. But that was actually really nice. So yeah, I feel like your manifestation skills are developing. Like, you're learning to really get strong in that knowing, because there's something that you want really, really bad, and nothing's going to stop you. Hopefully that made sense. Oh, awesome. Very welcome. Wish you too. Oh yeah, well, thanks guys. Okay. Tarina. Yay! I know you've been so patient. Thank you for the likes, guys, and all the gifts. I appreciate it. I'm sorry that I'm not always looking at the camera. Sometimes I see it in my mind's eye, and it's sort of just like over here. So like I kind of take it where it leads me, and sometimes my vision goes with it. Thank you. Serena? Is she here? Glad you like that. I'm glad that. Okay, cool, Serena. Okay, let's go. So the breathing is just allowing me to tap into my heart chakra. So. They said delicate. Look, it was like, what's that song by, I mean, you might not be as old as me, but I just heard Terence Trent D'Arby. Oh, gosh. I heard that. They just said delicate. That's all. I don't know what that means, but it's actually a love song. Let's see what comes. Okay. Yeah, okay. So you've got, what do you feel? Follow your rhythm. I can't show this one, so I'm just going to go like this. She's actually dancing, going riba riba. Sorry, that's probably not the best thing to say. And spirals of manifestation. So it's interesting because I think for you, if it's not a delicate, like in a love song, it might be a delicate situation. But my mind went straight to Terence Trent D'Arby. I want to play that song too, because it'll just sit in my head and play over and over until I know what the words are. That's just how my mind works. So if you hear me trying to sing that song more than once during this little bit of reading, and everyone else is reading, that's how it goes. So I think for you, you need to learn really, you need to learn better ways of discerning how you feel about things, because I feel like your empathic abilities are really, really strong or sensitive right now. And the thing is, we have to realize that when we start feeling other people's stuff, we start also thinking it, and then we start to manifest it in. So what I got for you was that you had to own yourself. You had to own your, I want to say, you have to own your shit. You have to own it. Yourself. Because I feel like for you, there's a lot of, like it's an interesting energy, because there's a lot at play for you. There's a lot of different things happening. Another one that needs to realize that they're so close to moving into a new way of being and thinking, and we have to go through a transitional period. So we have to go through a big change as well. And that's really, really hard, because it's sort of like, okay, Spirit will ask us, are you ready? And we're going to go, yeah, I'm ready. And they're going to go, okay, come over to this cliff. You're like, I thought this was supposed to be fun, I thought this was going to be fun. And then the Spirit's like, nobody promised you fun. It's like that, sort of like that. This is not what I expected. I thought this would get easier. I thought this would get better. And it's sort of like, it will get better, but it's that same thing, Are you going to jump off the cliff? You said you wanted this. You said you were ready. Now you've got to trust us. This is a big theme that's coming in for a lot of us. That's the shadow, learning to trust. Learning to trust because we may not have always been able to trust in the past. And Spirit is saying, well, if you're ready for this, then you're ready to jump off that cliff. Have you ever watched Neo in the Matrix? And he had to learn to jump, jump the buildings, right? He had to learn how to fly, basically. And it's the same for you. It's just, you're going to hit the ground. Like Neo was like, and it fell on, he fell, in the Matrix, he hits the ground. And when he comes out of it, he was bleeding, right? Sorry, this is just what they're showing me. But it's like, there's a little bit of pain to the pleasure. There's a little bit of salt to the wound sometimes. Because some jumps are going to be hard. And some jumps you're just going to fall into it. So I feel like for you, you've got a lot of new beginnings happening. You're so close to new cycles happening. But you also have to realize that sometimes it doesn't get better for a wee while. Because there's still parts of us that are sort of holding back or not sure if we're ready. So Spirit goes, are you ready? And you go, yeah, I'm ready. But back in your mind, you're like, but I'm not ready. Because you're going to jump that cliff again. And the last time you jumped the cliff, you hit the ground and it hurt. And you want to hold Spirit accountable for this stuff too, It's like this, when is it going to get easier? And Spirit says it gets easier when you own yourself, owning your own shit, your stuff, owning it, taking it on and using it to help you, that's the only way I can describe it. It's sort of like, well, maybe it's not shit. Maybe it's like safety gear, Maybe when you hit the ground this time, when you own it, your stuff, it's going to protect you a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more the more you own it. So I have to say for you, with follow your own rhythm, get used to the change, adapt to it, and slowly but surely you protect yourself more from falling. So it's just about finding solutions for yourself. Okay, Spirit says jump the cliff, and this time you think to yourself, you know what? I'm just going to think I'm light as a feather. This time I'm not going to fall like a sack of potatoes. I'm going to fall like a feather. I'm as light as a feather. I'm as light as a feather. And then you go to jump off the cliff and you slowly drift down like a feather instead of hitting that ground, because you've changed your mindset and you started to trust and believe and willingly jump off that cliff. I'm not telling anyone to jump off the cliff, by the way. I meant metaphorically. Willing to surrender to Spirit and the changes they want to bring into your life. And so it's sort of like you have to realize that Spirit tests us over and over until we get it. And we own our shit and we learn that we can use it to help us transform. And you go from hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes, you're just gently floating in the air like a delicate feather. So hopefully that makes sense. Because when we change our mindset and the way we think, so too does our reality change, and we manifest better things and better solutions for our life. That's healing, that's a healing journey. So thank you, Tarina. Hopefully that made sense. Yours was interesting. It's the storytelling, eh? The stories, the way that they bring things forward like that for me to translate. But sometimes it takes a while to grasp it. Once I get it, I like how it brings that across. Okay. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Whew. I liked your energy though. Like there's a willingness to jump off that cliff, like I want to, but I just don't want to smash into the ground, like I get that, totally get that. Peter. Peter? Are you there? I know, sorry guys, I know it's a long wait for your readings in between my little chats. Thank you. I try my best. Oh, hi Peter, okay. Peter, hopefully this makes sense for you. I'm going to go in. So I just breathe and I visualize you looking into the pond of water and speaking your name. And that's just my way of asking for permission from your spirit guides to access what they want you to know. And just let me know if I go off course, because sometimes it's my interpretation which might be different to your interpretation of things, or the way you see it. Let's have a look. Peter. What do you feel, Peter? Yin or yang is what I read. Light or dark, am I good or bad? Am I balanced? Okay. Whoa, straight away. Your spirit guides really want you to know stuff. Yeah. Okay. So you got softly, softly, the tender touch. Interesting card to come forward. It's only come out once already, but different energy, but same energy too. What is already with you? And restore and replenish. I'm getting, it's weird, because I just heard hot. I'm hot and I'm cold. I'm yes and I'm no. I'm in and I'm out. I'm up and I'm down. It's hard to stay balanced, isn't it? That's why yours came out like that. Because you're going through a lot of awakenings, and those might be really hard to interpret. And you really need it's almost like you need like-minded or understanding people to translate things for you, so you understand what it all means. Like, what does it all mean? You know, like that. And then you go through really strong periods of knowing and growth, and then you go into hermit stage where you really withdraw from people because your empathic abilities are just like, there's a serious need for discernment for you. Hopefully that makes sense, but it's all almost like, you know, that's what I mean. It's hot and cold. I don't know if this is mine or not. Is this mine? Is this for me? Like, there's a lot of uncertainty in your energy, and that's because your empathic abilities are really sensitive right now. I don't know if you're a Cancer or have a Cancer moon, but it can be very emotional. So you go through really strong periods of opening up the mind. So you might be getting a lot of things playing out in the mind, that, like, memories or triggers that of trauma that come forward, and that can be a very strong growing phase, which is a dark phase. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of different energy coming in with you. Are you around a lot of different people? Or okay, I'll just say the way I just seen it. But it's like you're always walking around in a large concert. It's almost like every time you go in public, you can almost sense, feel, and hear people's stuff in their head, or feeling their feelings. Like, does this make sense? It's like everywhere you go, everybody's stuff is in your head, and you're just absorbing, and that is really hard. Like this, you have to learn to put boundaries up, and that's why you're sensitive. I think for you, and you know, it's funny because they just said you gave it your all. You gave it your all. I think you give your all for anyone that you care about anyway. That's your personality, isn't it? You're a giver. It's always like this. And it's like that hot and the cold. Oh, okay. The hot and the cold. That may not be your energy as well. Because I was saying to you, sort of like you're picking up a lot of energy, absorbing a lot of other people's stuff. You're not a punching bag. You're not a punching bag for people. I don't like that. I'm mad at people. Mad at people. You know? I feel like they just dump on you. Give all their stuff to you all the time. Like, yeah. I know what this is like too. Having been an empath myself and have cool people coming to me, and they don't know that they do that. That's the thing. That's why we have to all learn forgiveness, because they don't know that they do that too. That they just come and bleh. I'm sorry. It's coming out that way, but I just feel like you're like, here's my heart, here's my love, here's whatever I can give you, and then they just go bleh. You know, it's not mutual exchange. It's literally depriving you of light, and you've got a lot of light. You're a light worker. I don't know if you know this, so you may have healing abilities, and that might just be innate if you haven't developed them. Does that make sense? You know, it's sort of like if we haven't developed our healing abilities, they just literally will just be naturally turned on to absorb. But there's a very strong difference between absorbing and receiving. And when you learn to master your own energy, you learn no one can take your energy but you. But the sadness won't help. The sadness won't help. That's why you've gone inwards. It's like, yeah. Okay, it's like I am getting that. So I feel like for you, you might have been just having a really strong backwards and forwards in how you feel and how you think. Like, you know, you feel good today, I feel good today, and then by the afternoon it's just like, ugh, you know, it all comes rushing back in. So you try to start the day with being positive. You try to start the day as best as you can. But it's hard. Like I'm getting a lot of emotional chaos from you. Like I'm feeling that in my heart chakra. But you need to really calm the mind, because for some odd reason, like I'm getting a lot of chatter. Like I said, like it's almost like you're walking through a concert all the time. Thoughts and thinking and sound and noise, everything's just like pouring in. And you need to calm the mind, still the mind down, and connect into your heart. So you need to do a lot of breathing. I watched this lady, Tabitha T, and she talked about connecting. You guys should follow her if you do know who she is. Connecting into the heart chakra, and it was cool because I do that too, and I didn't realize that's what I was doing. But the way she does it, it's like a deep breath in, and then she blows all the way out slowly. And it actually, what you actually do is bring your awareness into your heart. And I think for you, because there's so much going on in your mind. I'm sorry, Peter. Hopefully this makes sense. There's so much going on up here. There's no way you're going to be able to get over this anytime soon until you take control of it. Because there's support and love there for you, because you deserve support and love. But unless you're aware of it or in the vibration to receive it or perceive it, you'll never see it, and you'll feel like this is something that you have to take on for yourself, especially for our men. You know, like we have to realize with women, we're allowed to be emotional, we're allowed to be this and everything. But for our men, they always suffer in silence. And I don't like how you've been treated, to be honest. I feel quite sad in knowing your energy, because I know you feel sad, so I can feel that coming in. But it's sort of like the only way you can move forward in this stage right now, because you have to get over heartbreak, you know, you have to heal. That takes time. Is to actually literally don't close up your heart. Don't block it off, because you'll stop all the good stuff coming in too. And there's not always bad people out there in the world. And it's sort of like when this starts happening, the overload, breathe it all out slowly, because that stops all the negative thought mind loops, and yours are just like doing a roller coaster in your head, and that roller coaster ride don't end. It just goes back around, goes right back up, you know, and it's almost like I can hear the tick 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 of the roller, you know, like that's not healthy for you, because all that's going to do is amplify your pain and suffering. So you have to breathe and then bring forgiveness to yourself for loving people, and forgive yourself for loving people and for being a loving person, you know. We've all got, none of us are saints. We've all got negative traits, good traits, bad traits. And often we blame ourselves. I shouldn't have let myself love this person. I shouldn't have gotten in this relationship. But you were to know it was going to be like that. Whenever we see someone and we fall in love with someone, we just hope for the best, right? This person's going to fulfill us. They're going to give us what we need. And then when it all doesn't always work out, I'm not saying it won't always work out, because there'll be a time when it does. We put blame and shame on ourselves, but the best thing you can do is just forgive yourself for being a loving person and allow healing to come in. Because don't block your heart chakra off, because you might miss someone that's really going to love you the way you need to be loved. Take your time, heal, put some love back inside of you, focus that love energy on you, bring some forgiveness in for yourself that allows you to forgive others as well. So yeah, calm the mind down for sure, so it doesn't amplify your heartache. And be open to support. And it might be something that you have to say in the morning, I'm open to love and support from the universe in expected and unexpected ways. And you might be surprised it shows up for you to help you through your healing journey. So hopefully that helps you, Peter. I would say every relationship is a karmic relationship, because even your parents, your children, because they teach us something about us. So karmic can be seen as a negative, but also a karmic relationship can be a positive aspect too. So if you're into the twin flame journey, that's a hard journey. Twin flames. I was totally into twin flame energy, and I don't disrespect twin flame energy. I understand how it can resonate, but I wouldn't want to choose it for me. But karmic energies, karmic relationships, literally even our parents are karmic relationships. It's hard to really put a label on it, because from what I've learned in my spiritual research, and just in watching documentaries and reading books and things like that, everyone that's in our lives, that comes into our lives, is teaching us something. So thank you very much. And so hopefully that cleared that up. But thank you, Peter. I hope that helps. I know it's not easy. Thank you. Tiny Mafia, thank you, Hawani. Very welcome. Oh, Sammy. All right. Thank you, Sammy. Let's go. I don't know why I heard that, but I just heard Michael, row your boat to shore. Hallelujah. I don't know if that makes sense. Sometimes they just spiritual humor. Okay, that's interesting cards. So you've got interesting cards. You have inner trust at the number 2. Yeah. Because for me, they just said you either have a choice or a decision to make. That's something that you're keeping a little bit secret. Hooded always means it's a little bit secret. But with the inner trust, okay. Sorry. I don't know why, I just feel mesmerized by this person's eyes. You might have really nice eyes. I just feel like I want to stare at these eyes for ages, which I don't make sense of. But here you have the other card, sorry, is she feels she knows. Another card that's been coming up a lot. So it's almost like you go through stages of calmness and then stages of, I want to say, okay, I don't want to say that, but I heard the word distortion. So like what I might say, a fluctuation in the force, or what is it, a disturbance in the force, so a wobble. And 22, yeah, lessons to learn. So here with inner trust, you have to actually make a choice. I don't know why they keep saying that. Decision. There's a decision that you need to come clean with or make clear in your life. Because something that you're keeping to yourself, for sure, that you're not sharing, and you're not too sure if you should share, but you might feel guided to share. Does this make sense? Sometimes I think to myself, come on, Sonia. But it's sort of like, there's something about your eyes. Even I'm hearing songs about eyes now. I can't stop thinking about the eyes. Oh. Is this a secret crush? I don't know why it came out that way. You might like somebody, or you might know, okay, it's got something else coming. You might know something that's about someone that you're not allowed to share, but you think you should. Yeah. Okay. Pandora's gift. Something about the eyes. Look at that, even there. The mask there, right there. Something about the eyes. The eyes. I don't know. You're going to have to tell me are they green? Are they? I don't know, look at them. They are, yeah, they are green. I couldn't stop staring at the eyes sorry. And then here. So, see, once again, a mask. But even though I think that was just for visual effect. Something behind your eyes. About your eyes. You've seen something, thank you. Oh my gosh. It's taken a while to get there. I just wondered why I just wanted to look at this card and stare at the eyes. So I feel like you've seen something you've had to keep to yourself. And to reveal it is a hard decision, isn't it? Very hard. But you're very close to. I think it's just time. It's almost like an act of rebellion to speak out about something or to acknowledge something. Hazel eyes. Hazel eyes are nice eyes. Okay, Sammy. I'm getting pulled into circles with these eyes. They really put me off. But I think for you, if anything, I think you do go through moments where you have, like I'll go back to the original thought, fluctuations in how you think and feel about yourself. And you may have it's an interesting, because I feel like you keep cool, calm and collected. You know, we all do this on the outside, you know. And it's almost like, it's hard to describe because your energy just keeps pulling me back to the eyes, and I don't know what this means for you because I don't usually get fixated like that. But it's almost like this is how the world sees you, right? Cool, calm and collected. You know, like I said, keep it simple. How you see yourself, okay? And how spirit sees you. That's why the eyes. You need to know your worth and your value. You need to learn to expand your horizons. Like I went around in circles there. There was a lot going on. Because I felt infatuated with the eyes, but They want you to see. So I think, oh, maybe it's a crush because it was just the way that I was gazing. They want you to see your value. Because you may, okay, thank you, finally. You may not feel too confident about how you're perceived or how people see you, you know? And you might actually beat yourself up over it. But don't try to attain people's beauty standards, because beauty comes from within and from the mind. So if you've got a good mind, a sharp mind, an intelligent mind, that is a beautiful power to have. That's why people, you know, it's no use having all physical outward beauty if this is empty, you know. And I feel like with you, you're really quite intelligent. Pandora's gift is about knowledge and education, you know. It's sort of, and if this is not book smart intelligent, there's a lot of things that you know a lot about, you know, a wide spectrum of knowledge that you just don't understand how much that's worth in this day and age. So I was like, oh, what we're going on here? So I feel like for you, it's just learning that you can see this for yourself. Because the cool thing about spirit is, one thing you have to realize about spirit is that they see our best possible potential and future and higher self. And as humans, we keep ourselves small because we think, oh, you know, I'm only worth this much. Even though this is a good card in the trust. It's a great card. But, you know, it's very simple, right? We keep our visions of ourselves, we keep them simple, because to go outside of that would mean that we'd have to dare to be different. So we beat ourselves up because a lot of us feel the urge to come forward and show our true colours and show ourselves off as we feel we are, but then we feel like we shouldn't, so we hold ourselves back, which hurts us. And then when we actually realise that we can be this, that's why she don't care about that. She don't care about that. For her, she's just living her best life, right? It's an evolution, a knowing, an intelligence that comes from within. And that's quite an attractive trait to have, or skill. And I feel like for you, you need to amplify your positive aspects to yourself more, and not to keep your light dim or dim yourself for others, or try to be normal. I feel like, because like inside, Pandora is the ultimate sacred rebel. This is the whole deck is made, and she's the queen of all the rebels that are in this deck, because she was the one that was always told no. And even though she was vilified in history, she dared to believe she could. So she said yes. But as we know, history isn't always giving the right story, right? Especially when it comes to female history. Not that I'm going to go there, but it's sort of like, allow yourself to shine, basically, from the beginning, and see your value, because then you're going to see people are going to see you. And don't beat yourself up and keep yourself small because of how other people perceive you, or worry about that. Don't worry about that too much, because I'll tell you what, when you're your authentic self, when you start accessing higher energies for yourself, you know, it doesn't matter how you are in the world, how you appear in the world, and the light still shines bright. So hopefully that helps you. Hopefully that helps. Thank you very much. That took me on a roller coaster ride too. I went all over the show. I just got fixated on the eyes, and I couldn't understand why. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's why I make connections now. Hopefully that made sense. You know, it's funny too, because a lot of us are doing that. A lot of us are learning about our history. Because you've got to know where you come from to know where you're going, you know. That's awesome. Let's wait for Hawani. Sandra. Oh, we're very welcome. Hopefully that makes sense, because either that or they want you to know you've got really pretty eyes. Something about your eyes. Might just draw in a bit of attention. Okay, Sandra. Yeah. Well, it's just that. Like, that was something I always had, even with my kids, you know. I wanted them to learn, you know, their whakapapa and stuff, you know, their lineage for them, so they knew where they came from. Because we, like in my age, we weren't taught that stuff at school. So it's a struggle, but I wanted my kids to know for themselves, you know, and they can just rattle it off. They're all fluent in their own way. Though it would be good if they practiced it more. But it just helps them, you know, they can stand in their own energy. I think the list might be closed now. 1010, isn't that interesting? This is the number that's been coming up for me all the time. Yeah, it can be. To trace them, eh? Okay, guys, let's, Sandra? Sorry, you might have said you were here. Yeah, I might just do a couple more and then have to go, guys. So I'm starting to get a little bit drained. It's like four and a bit hours now. But thank you for your time. I will do Sandra. I know the list has been long. Oh, okay. Okay, Sandra, you're here. Okay. I need more water. More water. When I go too long, I start to stutter, and that's because I'm finally reaching the end of my psychic juice. Okay, let's go. I just heard the word release. So let's see what comes forward. Oh, okay. Alright, you've got every journey starts with a single step. Oh, it's got, oh, try not to show unclothed people. And trust yourself. Interesting card. But you also had Legacy of Light come forward. It flipped out as well. And I was only going to take the two, but I will take this one as well. So for you, you've started going on a trip on my favorite rocket ship. I don't know what that means. Flying through the sky, his little Einstein. Okay. Are you wanting to pursue higher education? Because I feel like with every journey starts a single step, I feel like you're actually being drawn to learn something, if this makes sense. That you're actually being drawn to a higher calling. Thank you. It may not be university. It may just be like lessons, or I don't feel like it's online. I feel like it's in person, like you literally have to travel there. Like I want to say, even like a weekend trip, but it's to learn something. Yeah. And this is the first time you've kind of just like gone with your instinct. Am I talking right? Have you been thinking about it? I feel like you should, because I feel like this is an instinctual thing. Because here with trust yourself, you see that? All the animals coming forward. This talks about instincts, and trusting them. And, oh, I mixed up the names. Just not sure on the trip. Uh-huh. Yeah, because I feel like for you, like, I just feel like you're starting to get called to do something else, something like it's a higher calling for me. This is always a higher calling, really higher calling. And here, packing your bags, but if you see what it's filled with magical things. Because I think you need to realize that spirit may be guiding you towards a calling, because here, when you trust yourself, your instincts, like you've got really good instincts anyway, I'm just going to say that. They're already telling me you have good instincts. Like you sort of like already know things. You might actually be, like someone like in the last reading too, where you just know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff, like that. Like you said nonchalantly, like, I know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff. But it's sort of like, but you actually do know a lot of stuff. And here with Legacy of Light, if that made sense, with Legacy of Light, this particular card, even though it talks about alignment, aligning into your purpose, I feel like you actually, I want to say medicine. Like I just heard the word medicine woman. So it just feels like for me that like you may be someone that's actually getting a calling to move into a space of healing people, because, or if it's not people, is it animals? Could even literally be animals, but energy, with this one. See that? Oh, thank you. Sorry, guys. Okay, I will do Y. Yes, I will do right up to you. You've waited so long, I want to give you a reading. But like for you, yeah, I feel like you're just getting into a space where you are getting called to do something more, something bigger. And you have to, like, if you've been thinking about doing something like this, I would say follow your instincts, because if this is a calling, this is something that is destiny. See these, the hands? It's in your hands. And it's sort of like, yeah, that's what I mean. You bring healing to people, whether you know it or not, because I feel like you kind of, but you don't know. You know what I mean? It's like I said when you sort of say, yeah, I know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff. But like not really thinking that that's important, but it is important. Because whatever you do know or whatever you want to know or learn about will become important for you, because it's not just about you. It's about everyone that you come in contact with. Because I feel like I just want to say you're a healer. And if you didn't know you were a healer, I'm just going to let you know that you have healing qualities, innate abilities that need to be accessed. And it's time to start that journey. I feel like it's time to pack those bags and start going and learning whatever skill it is that you're really naturally good at. And I feel like it's caring for people, like it's an inbuilt gift for you that you don't even realize it's a gift because it's just natural. But I feel like for you, you're a healer, and I would love for you to start going in and finding out what that means for you. And if that means going and doing, classes or developing your mediumship in any way, if you're even spiritual in that way, it just It just needs to start. Every journey starts with a single step. And for me, 12 break down to a 3. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 3 is a number for learning and the teacher. So yeah, that's why I said that for you. And just trust yourself, because I feel like you're naturally guided towards things anyway. You might be someone that likes nature, you know, someone that likes being outside. And if you're not, then you're someone that senses nature when you're outside, because you're innately spiritual without even knowing it. Or maybe now you do, you know. 7 is, for me, is 7 sent from heaven. So it's an intuitive card, it's a divine card, and I like that for you. So if you needed anything like that or wanted to know anything like that, I always say yes, you're a healer, and it's time to start becoming one, or at least plant the seed. You know, don't rush. If you're not ready for it now, there'll come a time where this information will be really important to you. But to waste those natural healing abilities that you already have without realizing that you do, because it's already natural to you, would be a waste for the world and the people around you. So hopefully that makes sense. Thank you very much for that. That was really quick and short, but I feel like, yeah, that's all I can get out of that. Sorry. Thank you very much. Hopefully that brings you clarity. That was interesting too, because I kept saying you're going on a trip. So yeah, that means traveling, eh? But then, you know, like I heard, what was that old TV show with Dr. blah blah blah? She was a medicine lady. She went out to the country and she was a medicine woman, but she was in the wild wild west, you know. Oh, sorry, I can't even remember her name. God, there's an old ass TV show. Oh, what was her name? It's like an old western. Western? Oh, she was in the country anyway. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's a Dr. Medicine Woman. Yeah, I feel like that's the same as for Misty. I have been a healer. So you already know. I just think it's just time. If you've already developed these skills, even if it's, you know, like it's a natural, like a medicine woman. That's what they keep telling me. You're a healer, and I feel like it's just time for you to get back on that path. Then, if you've come off the path, get back on. But no rush. Don't put pressure on yourself. They were saying, you know, it's sort of like when you're ready. It's sort of, but it would be a waste to waste the skills that you do have naturally. So it might be at a high grade, you know, high level of healing that a lot of people will need, you know. So it's whether or not you choose to take up the challenge, right? When you choose to take up the challenge, then, you know, you get, you know, you can start opening doors that allow this to happen, the alignment. But, yeah, no, health issues, that's right, boundaries, right. We have to learn to understand that we have to fill our cup first. And same for me. That's why I don't go live all the time. I don't know how people go live all the time doing readings every day. I don't know how they do it. Because I know if I do it too much, I'm like super drained. And I'm pretty good at controlling my energy. But because I use it in like not so much psychically, but like intuitively. Because I don't like the word psychic, because I feel like it gets distorted, you know. But it's sort of like I've had to learn to go away, detach, and fill up myself, you know, rest, relax before I go into readings and get into the zone. But I couldn't do it every day, because I do it from my heart chakra, you know, I do it from the heart. And even though that is unlimited energy, the human body is not. Yeah. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry guys, all these messages. Oh, that. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a sign of a healer too. That's your empathic abilities, which are healing abilities. Children, that's why. Yeah, the next generation of children. You know, here's a cool thing. Okay, before I start going on, I know everyone's which going for them. Yeah, I would suggest that. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you did. Okay, so I'll just quickly say that the next generation of children will grow up without the baggage of the past, because here and now we are all healing our shiz. We're healing our stuff. And if we're not healing it, we're very aware that we're going into a space of healing. And when we all embrace the healing, like I said, healed eyes see a healed world. It's literally, and I know it may seem impossible, but today I was reminded, if you want to see change in the world, be the change that you want to see in the world. It starts with one person, one change, one choice. So thanks, guys. I appreciate all your guys' energy tonight. It was awesome. And tons more. Tanya. Thank you, Misty. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Now I got that song stuck in my head. What was that song? That numb song, isn't it? Sorry. Concentrate. Okay, oh, free from judgment, free to love. I like that starting energy. For me, I'm going to say you're getting a lot of messages from Spirit and a lot of blessings as well. It flashed me one of my cards that I posted today, which was you are receiving messages and blessings from Spirit. And I feel like for you, you're starting to come into the understanding that you are more blessed than you were before. Like you might be feeling like there's a lot more uplift to the energy around you. Things might be lightening up. You might have had a very strong, you might have gone through a very strong healing period, but I feel like if you did, that was a while back. You've actually just been enjoying the energy that's been coming forward for you. There might be a few wobbles, but nothing too serious, and you've been staying the course. Hopefully this makes sense to you. You have a lot of spiritual energy around you, and you're embracing and loving to yourself and nurturing to the people around you. And here you've got 39, free from judgment, free to love. I'll just show you this card. And you also got heaven sent. Yeah, it wasn't as recent, because I feel like, like, here's one thing I want to say, because this is something that I say to myself a lot, because because I've gone through healing as well. Oh, I felt that bit of a shift there. Okay, so free from judgment, free to love. What I wanted to say is that when it comes to healing, you go through really strong phases. Like you go through healing phases, and then you go through these plateaus, right? And in the plateaus is the stillness of us, of who we are. And it's sort of like you've looked around and you've seen the difference between your energy and your reality and the people around you that are really struggling with what's going on in their spaces and in the world. Because we have to realize that the world is going through change, and the world is, the systems are breaking down. So it's a bigger scale. There's a lot of things going on. So we feel that internally because the earth feels it, we feel it, the collective consciousness is feeling it, and we all kind of feel it together. But there's some of us, I'm not going to say some of us, but I'm not an elitist type of energy, but there's some of us that go through the healing first, so that we allow space to hold space for the people that are going through the healing now, that are struggling. And it's our, what I call guiding lights. Okay? So a guiding light energy is where we stand on the side of the path for those walking forward, and we shine our light so they don't trip. Okay, so have you seen like a watchtower or the old, I forgot, the lighthouses like that, how they show the boats where not to go, that there's rocks over here that, and to navigate through the water so they don't crash. Those are guiding lights or watchtowers. So for you, you're holding the space for the people that you love and the people around you, holding the energy of love, the love vibration, to shine light on. So if you want to know what I call those are light bringers for me. So I always resonated with light workers, but I never felt, or I was never given the title or resonated with the word light worker for me. I always felt that my energy was a light bringer, which was different. And this is why I always resonate with Archangel Michael, because he holds the sword of truth and brings in clarity and honesty. So a lot of guiding lights will go through the healing first, so they understand the struggle for others and give them the tools and the knowledge to move forward easier. So we take all the hard stuff and we learn, and then we give tools and knowledge for the ones coming up so they learn it faster. Because what we're doing is we're anchoring the light for a lot of people. It's like seeding the light. So one of my first visions that I was ever shown was me standing in a dark space. Okay, it was a big, long, big, dark area. It was huge. And slowly but surely lights were turning on around me, and they were different colours. And it was like I could hear them like Christmas lights going ding, 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 ding. All these lights just going off around me, and that's because I started shining my light first. And I think for you, you have to understand that you're probably a guiding light for many people, and to embrace that, because you may have gone through a lot of dark stuff in your life, like a lot. But that prepared you for now, for these times now, is a bridging generation for the next generation. So we're the ones that support the generation coming by setting our light in this generation to bring healing. And it is a big mission, but when we understand why we're here and our main goal and our main purpose, it becomes easier to do what we need to do. So I just wanted to tell you that, just because your cards, they literally said light bringer, bringing in love and bringing in light. And that's that mother healing, even if you're male, it's embracing the feminine energy, the mother side of the feminine energy, and using that love vibration to help heal people. That's free from judgment, free to love. We don't judge you, we give you love anyway. And also with light bringers is that we can also hold two conflicting ideals and accept both, because we are open-minded and open-hearted, and we can teach people how to do that too. So hopefully that makes sense for you and brings you some kind of guidance and clarity at this time. So thank you. Yeah. Okay, that's exactly what, and don't ever devalue what you do. Yeah, me too. I'm a very open-minded person, which makes you very intuitive and also creates more space for them to plant light inside of you. So when you get upgrades and stuff like that, or messages, downloads, there's a lot more space because your mind isn't resisting the data and the knowledge and the light that comes in. It's open to it. Yeah, that's what guiding lights do. We don't judge anybody. We can see someone, we can see that they have shadow, but we still choose to love them anyway, because that's our natural state of being. It's a love vibration. It's probably going to be around about Thursdays, guys. So I'm sorry if you didn't get a reading tonight. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, you're very welcome. I'm glad you found me. Okay, yes, last one. Thank you for that, Tanya. That was actually, I love that. I love finding other light bringers too. I love that. So for you, when you need healing, when you need protection, a good, and then I know there's a lot of, like in the world, there's a lot of hatred towards the archangels because it's, very Christian based, but it's not so much about the representation of the religion, it's a representation of the energy, and I believe in higher dimensional beings that help us. So Archangel Michael works well for light bringers. He's usually the founding father of the light bringers, because they're the ones that move forward with truth and integrity and love. And it's just helping everyone find that for themselves. So thank you. Thank you very much. It's sort of like the light bringers usually have a really dark past. Really, really dark. A lot of trauma and pain through childhood. They're what I call, okay, I'm just gonna do it. They're what I call the immovables. So they're people that are so it's almost like spirit has given up on them. They've tried 500 times to move them off their path into a spiritual space or into a state of healing, but they refuse to see, they refuse to move, and then it is almost like spirit almost gives up, and then they move. They move. But when light bringers move, they accelerate fast in their healing journey. So when they decide to heal, it's almost like they've been healing for 20 years. You know what I mean? It's like that. And they'll accelerate fast. And then they hold the light. They just literally go into a non-judgmental space and start holding the light. They'll just do it naturally. It's not even... And it can be very frustrating for people that have been on a healing journey for a very long time to watch the light bringers accelerate, but that's because it's always been there for them. It's always been given to them, and once they decide and open to receive, it's just like boom, straight up, already in their space. So for light workers, there's a more subtle flow of energy for you, but with light bringers, it's like a, it's almost like the plane's going down, the plane's going down, the plane's going down, the plane's going down, eject now, eject out of, and they wait to the last minute, and then they eject it, and then they, shoot up into the air, and the parachute comes out, it's sort of like in the nick of time. And usually later in life as well, because they got to bring in the wisdom. They bring in the wisdom, and it's the wisdom that brings the light. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah. But it's not about age, it's the age of the soul too, by the way. So the wisdom comes with the age of the soul. So we have to realize that you can be young and still be a light bringer, but your soul is usually older in age and human years, because you've got to understand and know the darkness, like it's an emergence into the light. Yeah, you don't have to be young. It's more metaphorical. You don't have to be old, but it's more metaphorical for the soul. Yeah. It's just the level of wisdom. Like for me, I would say, but I was lucky because for me, when I started doing vision quests, through the shamanic plane, I was actually guided a lot through my spirit guide. So when I started going into my healing space, I was lucky to actually tap in and be shown stuff. And one of my first visions was of a dragon. And this dragon told me straight to, one-on-one, that he had seen 1,000 galaxies through my eyes. So I feel like for me, that my soul was pretty old. And that's just, but it's a knowing. You know how some people say, you're an old soul, because you usually have a lot of hang-ups and a lot of issue. And it's, really like a lot of issues to go through, a lot of phobia and things you have to learn to fight through to know how old you are, because it's sort of like I said, it's like the immovables. They're so hard and stubborn to move out of that healing space into a healing space, but once they do, it's very fast, rapid movements. Okay, I'm going to do this last one. Yes, Thursdays. Yeah, hopefully. But I'll post if you want to know if I'm going to do a live and stuff. I don't always promote it or do that stuff. I just create the event. So from time to time, just check on my profile, and it'll just say when I have an event going on. But I usually do it in time. Okay, why I'm going to do you. I usually do it in tune with my wonderful moderator Hoani, intuitive weaver. So because we're mums and we get busy sometimes, especially Hoani, she gets busy. So I can't do it without her. You'll get notified there. It'll show anyway. Okay. Is she still here? I've just called you Y. I'm sorry I gave you a nickname. Your Zoom classes, yeah. Very welcome. Oh, awesome. Anyway, if you guys get in early, because I usually, if someone pre-registers as well, I chuck them instantly on the list. Okay. Okay. Nice. But they also have to be present too. So if you're not here, you will miss. Oh, very welcome. Blessings to you too. Here we go. I smell smoke. I'm just checking to make sure there's no smoke in my room. I've got a candle going over here. That was weird. I haven't smelled that before. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, this is my Ten of Pentacles card, which I really like for you. I really like this card for you. But it's not the Ten of Pentacles, it's actually focus on the light. 37 breaking down to a 10. And 10's for me end of a cycle, but also the beginning of a cycle too. One door opens, one door closes. And I think for you, you're actually coming into a time of abundance because you've earned it. You try to stay positive. This is somebody that has been doing a lot of releasing, a lot of letting go, a lot of surrendering, choosing to be more in tune with themselves. I really like your energy. I just smelled smoke all of a sudden. I was just wondering if it was my candle catching on fire or anything, but no, it's still good. And what is already with you. So I think for you, and it's interesting because if you look at this card, you see what she's holding? So her hands are shaped like they're cupped like this, like that. And she has light in it. So they want you to stay focused and focusing on abundance as well. So you may be trying to manifest something or create something, and they want you to create that, and they want you to focus on doing that. And this is really important. And I feel like summertime's going to be an important time for you too. And I feel like as much as you may be going through a really up cycle or a really uplift in your energy, there'll still be times where you have to release. So you have to balance, the luminous times, and you have to balance the growth phases as well. So like Spirit always says, they can't guarantee rainbows and butterflies, because sometimes we need storms to nourish us as well. It's the same energy, it's growth energy. So there's a lot of growth actually coming into your energy. But here, if you look here, look. What is already with you, there's the hands again, but close and zoomed in. So if you were to focus on this card, the light in her hands, she would see that she is supported and has a community of like-minded people that will appear to her at the right time, or at the right time, or with the right resources. So I have to say to you that you're actually someone that is quite positive. I want to say, you have healing abilities as well. So if you're not into, I want to say using your hands, like massage or midi, if you're into that, if that's what you're into, then something like Reiki or some kind of light threading. I don't know if you know about light threading, but it is pulling light. And I just want to mention this really quick for you. A really good thing for you to practice a spiritual hygiene. So that's when we go out and we ground and we clear our aura a lot, because you might often get heaviness or denseness from other people, and But you have to realize in moments when the reason why they want you to focus on the hands and knowing that you have a community. If this isn't in your actual community or people you know, this is spiritually and or internationally. Okay, so if you ever need people, you know where to look for them that will support you and bring in the right resources and advice that you need when you need it at the right times. Because I feel like you're having to, but in the same respect, I feel like you're willing to as well, to go through the healing phase, to learn how to heal. It's a learning how to heal, which is an interesting way of saying it. Because I feel like see the hands again. The hands. See that? Say good things to yourself. Say good things to yourself. Like you're in a stage of blossoming. And when we blossom, we can be very vulnerable to outside negative energies, because it's an opening, right? It's an opening of all that is you. And we can often be attacked by negative energies, because where there's light, it draws in darkness, right? But like how I see darkness is growth energy. And that means lessons and people that will come in with their negativity, and your job will be to transmute it. And that's hard, because that's a processing. Like if you're not a healer, I'll be surprised. Or just natural healing abilities. But say good things to yourself and think good things to yourself, every day. Spiritual hygiene is where we clear our energy so that the residual energy of others do not sit with us. Because when energy sits, energy is made to move and flow. And when energy is made to sit, it festers and it becomes negative energy. And sometimes people, without realizing it, will just give you their negative energy because you're open, and it's a delicate phase, like that flower is delicate, and I said that before to another healer, right? It was another healer. Oh, sorry guys, I might be a bit mixed up. But it's sort of like, for me, you're coming into a stage of your blossoming. So it's an opening. This is an intuitive gift as well, but it's also an empathic gift. So empaths have to learn to have boundaries, but not block their heart. They also need to learn how to clean their energy, but still be open to negative energy, because negative energy is also a balance energy. So there's a lot of illumination, and there's also a lot of releasing in growth phases. So for you, this is a yin and yang energy. You have to learn your flow and your balance and accept both as being part of who you are. So I like that came forward for you, because I feel like in the next few, I don't like to predict, but I want to say in the next couple of months, you're going to be going through stages that are going to, or situations that are going to make you really question who you are. And you're in a stage of learning who you are, and you have to also understand that you have to know who you are. That's what they say. You have to also know who you are. So when people question that, you know who you are, and it can't be shaken. Because if you let people's opinions of you deter you from your higher calling or your purpose, or even the way you feel guided, then you go off the authentic path and you go into resistance to who you are. And that's not fair to you or your soul, because your soul, the blossoming is the soul showing itself to the world after so many years of not being seen. So like I said, it is a vulnerable state, but vulnerability is not a weakness, it's a strength. And you'll hear me say that a lot. And they say, oh, vulnerability is trending, but it's true. Vulnerability is to be open to attack and still allow it. Sort of like, you have to realize that to open up, we have to be truly open without blocking anything, and trust and believe that the universe will bring us the right protection or to shield us when it's needed. So I think for you, it's a lot of growing and a lot of healing, but also a lot of beautiful insight, a lot of knowledge, a lot of owning your stuff, you know, like we all got to learn how to own our stuff, but that allows us to hold that foundation of who we are as a person so that no one can shake it from us and tell us that we're not, you know. So yeah, enjoy this phase and embrace it. Whatever comes forward, I feel like you've got the right stuff, and when it's needed, Spirit will step in and support you and show you with signs and synchronicities that they're there. You just have to be open to see them. Okay. Oh yeah, my angel is here. I like that. I might have missed a little bit. Yeah, a lot of it is about regaining power. Thank you. Yeah, but it shows that you're prepared to do the work, which I always love, because you know some people, they want to heal but they don't want to heal because healing sucks. It does. Like, I'm not going to say this is fun. You think getting as intuitive as I am was fun? No, no, no. It was a lot of work and commitment and dedication and effort to myself, but also allowing my soul to take the wheel and stepping back sometimes and just letting Spirit do what it needed to do. And yeah, I just love that you're willing. It showed that you were willing. You're just prepared to do it. You know, but also it leaves you vulnerable, and you have to be aware of that vulnerability, but not to be afraid of it too, because it in the end, being open means you get to receive the good things too. That's why we think everyone with shields and blocks, and then they block out all the good things that want to come in and wonder why nothing good happens to them. Well, you can't be blocked. You've got to be open. You've got to be, you know, vulnerable, which is human terms, it's vulnerability, but in spiritual terms, it's openness. It's the blossoming. So yeah. Hopefully that makes sense to you and brings you clarity. Thank you very much. Oh, well, happy birthday for tomorrow. I'm 10 years older than you, but I love the number. 33 is the number of the teacher. The teacher awakens. Yeah. Yin and yang, right? Bring in that balance. And then it allows you to walk that line, you know. Because that's what I think yin and yangs do. They walk that fine line between light and dark. And yeah, it's not an easy path, but when you start embracing it and seeing the communication with Spirit, and that Spirit talks all the time, you guys. Spirit is talking now. They're talking to everyone all the time. A lot of us don't have our antennas on, or up high enough, or in the right frequency or the right vibration. But when you actually hit that sweet spot and you engage with that signal and you get a clear signal and you start hearing the channel, what I call the angel channel, there's reference to Sam and Dean, but if anyone knows. But when you start hearing that angel channel, which is the cosmos, spiritual space, things become very, very clear, and that insight comes in more and more because you trust it, you love it, you take it on. You know, it's sort of like it becomes part of your thinking process now. You know, if I'm thinking something, Spirit will pop in and just push something in there, and I'm like, okay, you know, thanks for, you know, like there's been times I've felt absolutely blessed knowing the things that I've been shown, and getting that insight, just almost crying and thanking the universe for letting me know that, because I don't regret it. I don't regret this path, because for all the healing I've had to do and all the pain I've had to literally dredge up and deal with, the insights and the blessings and the fulfillment from Spirit has been way more powerful and I want to say heart-provoking for me to carry on doing what I'm doing. I never regret it. And sometimes I tell people, oh my God, I just, you know, heard this and I just seen this, and they're like, oh, you're crazy. And I'm going, if I am, I don't care, because I love it. I love it. I love it so much. But that's the embracing, that's the trust, and that's the belief in Spirit working for us to help us and support us. Yeah. Yeah, out of nowhere, yeah. Yeah. I think the attitude of gratitude is a very good tool when it comes to being open to spirit, because it's sort of like saying thank you for all that you've given me, and they kind of like that, so they're like, oh well, thank you for being open to receive. It's, it's a mutual exchange, because I always like to thank my spirit guides and my spiritual team, my ancestors, my guardian angels, a lot, because they do a lot for me. They've given me a lot of clarity in my life, and people, it's hard to be a spiritual person or to have spiritual insight, because it's invisible, it's personal, and you can explain it to people, but if they don't understand where you're coming from, they'll never understand what it means, and then they just think that you're nuts. Yeah, but it's sort of like, when I talk now, like even with my family, at first they were very resistant to the change, because it was a sudden change for me. But because I started talking more and with confidence and with knowledge, they understand this is who I am now, and that isn't about to change anytime soon, that this is my path and I've chosen it, and they embrace it. Over time they've all started to embrace me as I am. So it's sort of just like, you just got to keep pushing through, and when you own your shit, so I don't really like swearing too much when I'm doing this, but when you own it, no one can take it from you. No one. No matter how much they try, no one can dominate you energetically when you own your energy, or you have the knowledge that you do. All right, guys, thank you very much. Yeah, they are. They are always with you. I'm going to end it now, guys. So thank you for this live. It was awesome. Thank you for the energy. Thank you, Hawani. I love Hawani. Hawani's the best. Thank you, Hawani. Lots of love, guys. Good night. You're welcome. Oh, where am I going? Oop.